Text 200. Text 276. First, the total material energy is manifested, and from this arise the three types of egotism, which are the original sources from which all demigods, controlling deities, senses, and material elements expand. Purport. The three types of egotism, ahankara, are technically known as vaikārika, taijasa, and tamasa. The Mahātattva is situated within the heart, or Chitta, and the predominating deity of the Mahātattva is Lord Vasudeva. Bhagavad Gita 3.26.21. The Mahātattva is transformed into three divisions. First, vaikārika, egotism and goodness. Sattvika, ahankara, from which is manifested the 11th sense organ, the mind, whose predominating deity is Aniruddha. Bhagavad Gita 3.26.27-28. 2. Taijasa, or egotism and passion. Rajasa ahankara, from which are manifested the active and knowledge-acquiring senses, along with the intelligence whose the predominating deity is Lord Pradyumna. Bhagavad Gita 3.26.29-31. And 3 is tamasa, or egotism in ignorance, from which sound vibration, shabda tanmatra, expands. From sound vibration, the sky, akasha, is manifested, and then the senses, beginning with the sense of hearing, are also manifested. Bhagavad Gita 3.26.32. Of these three types of egotism, Lord Sankarshana is the predominating deity. In the philosophical discourse known as Sankhya Karika, it is stated, Sattvika Ekadashah Pravarte Vaiktad Ahankarat Bhutadestam Matra Tamasa Taijasadi Ubhayam. Text 277. Combining all the different elements, the Supreme Lord created all the universes. Those universes are unlimited in number. There is no possibility of counting them. Text 278. The first form of Lord Vishnu is called Mahavishnu. He is the original creator of the total material energy. The innumerable universes emanate from the force of his body. Text 279-80.
The universes are understood to be floating in the air that Mahavishnu exhales. They are like atomic particles that float in sunshine and pass through the holes of a screen. All these universes are thus created by the exhalation of Mahavishnu. And when Mahavishnu inhales, they re-enter his body. The unlimited opulences of Mahavishnu are completely beyond material conception. Text 281. The Brahmas and other lords of mundane worlds appear from the pores of Mahavishnu and remain alive for the duration of his own exhalation. I adore the premier Lord Govinda, of whom Mahavishnu is a portion of a plenary portion. Purport. This is a quotation from Brahma Samhita 5.48. For explanation, refer to Adi Lila, chapter 5, verse 71. Text 282. Mahavishnu is the super soul of all the universes. Lying on the causal ocean, he is the master of all material worlds. Text 283. I have thus explained the truth of the first personality of Godhead, Mahavishnu. I shall now explain the glories of the second personality of Godhead. Text 284. After creating the total number of universes, which are unlimited, Mahavishnu expanded himself into unlimited forms and entered into each of them. Text 285. When Mahavishnu entered each of the limitless universes, he saw that there was darkness all around and that there was no place to stay. He therefore began to consider the situation. Text 284. With the perspiration produced from his own body, the Lord filled half of the universe with water. He then lay down on that water on the bed of Lord Shasha. Text 287. A lotus flower being sprouted from the lotus navel of that Garbhodha Shari Vishnu. That lotus flower became Lord Brahma's birthplace. Text 288. In the stem of that lotus flower, the 14 worlds were generated. Then he became Lord Brahma and manifested the entire universe. Text 289. In this way, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, in his form of Vishnu, maintains the entire material world. Since he is always beyond the material qualities, the material nature cannot touch him. Purport. The influence of the material energy cannot touch Lord Vishnu as he touches Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva. Therefore, it is said that Lord Vishnu is transcendental to the material qualities. The incarnations of the material qualities, Lord Shiva and Lord Brahma, are under the jurisdiction of the external energy. Lord Vishnu, however, is different. In the mantras of the Rigveda, it is said, Om Tad Vishnu Paramam Padam, Rigveda Samhita 1.22.20. The words Paramam Padam indicate that he is transcendental to the material qualities. Because Lord Vishnu is not within the jurisdiction of the material qualities, he is always superior to the living entities who are controlled by the material energy. This is one of the differences between the Supreme Lord and the living entities. Lord Brahma is a very powerful living entity, and Lord Shiva is even more powerful. Therefore, Lord Shiva is not accepted as living entity, but at the same time, he is not considered to be on the level of Lord Vishnu. Text 290. The Supreme Lord in his form of Rudra, Lord Shiva, brings about the dissolution of this material creation. In other words, only by his will are the creation, maintenance, and dissolution of the whole cosmic manifestation. Text 291. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva are his three incarnations of the material qualities. Creation, maintenance, and destruction, respectively, are under the charge of these three personalities. Text 292. Garbhodakashayi, Vishnu, known within the universe as Hiranyagarbha and the Anantaryami, or Super Soul, is glorified in Vedic hymns, beginning with a hymn that starts with the word Sahasra Shirsha. Text 293. This second personality of Godhead, known as Garbhodha Kashayi Vishnu, is the master of each and every universe and the shelter of the external energy. Nonetheless, he remains beyond the touch of the external energy. Text 294. The third expansion of Vishnu is Kshirodakashya Shayi Vishnu, who is the incarnation of the quality of goodness. He is to be counted within the both type of incarnation, Purusha avatars and Guna avatars. Text 295. Kshirodakashayi Vishnu, Kshirodakashayi Vishnu is the universal form of the Lord and is the supersoul within every living entity. He is known as Kshirodakashayi because he is the Lord who lies on the ocean of milk. He is the maintainer and master of the universe. Text 296. O Sanātana, I have definitely described the three Purusha avatars of Vishnu. Now please hear from me about the pastime incarnations. Text 297. No one can count the innumerable pastime incarnation of Lord Krishna, but I shall describe the principal ones. Text 298. Some of the pastime incarnations are the fish incarnation, the tortoise incarnation, Lord Ramachandra, Lord Nrsimha, Lord Vamana, and Lord Varaha. There is no end to them. Text 299. O Lord of the universe, best of the Yadu dynasty, we are offering our praise unto you mainly to diminish the heavy burden of the universe. Indeed, you diminished his burden formerly by incarnating in the form of a fish, a horse, Hayagriva, a tortoise, a lion, Lord Nrsimha, a boar, Lord Varaha, and a swan. You also incarnated as Lord Ramachandra, Parashurama, and Vamana, the dwarf. You have always protected us demigods and the universe in this way. Now please continue. Purport. This is quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.2.40, text 300. I have given a few examples of pastime incarnations. Now I will describe the Guna avatars, the incarnations of material qualities. Please listen. Text 301. There are three functions within this material world. Everything here is created, everything is maintained for some time, and everything is finally dissolved. The Lord therefore incarnates himself as the controllers of the three qualities, Sattva Guna, Rajaguna, Rajoguna, and Tamo Guna, goodness, passion, and ignorance. Thus the transactions of the material world take place. Text 302. Because of his past pious activities mixed with devotional service, the first-class living entity is influenced by the mode of passion within his mind. Text 303. Such a devotee is empowered by Garbhoda Kashayi Vishnu. In this way, an incarnation of Krishna in the form of Brahma engineers the total creation of the universe. Purport. The Garbhoda Kashayi Vishnu, Purusha avatar expansion of Lord Vishnu, accepts the material modes Sattva Guna, Rajoguna, and Tamoguna, and thus incarnates as Lord Vishnu, Brahma, and Shiva. These are incarnations of the material qualities. Among the many superior living entities qualified with pious activities and devotional service, one called Lord Brahma is infused with the quality of passion by the supreme will of Garbhodaka Shayi Vishnu. Thus, Lord Brahma becomes the incarnation of the creative energy of the Lord. Text 304. The sun manifests his brilliance in a gem, although it is a stone. Similarly, the original personality of Godhead, Govinda, manifests his special power in a pious living entity. Thus, the living entity becomes Brahma and manages the affairs of the universe. Let me worship Govinda, the original personality of Godhead. Purport. This is a quotation from Brahma Samhita 5.49, text 305. If in Kalpa, a suitable living entity is not available to take charge of Brahma's post, the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself personally expands and becomes Lord Brahma. Purport. One day of Brahma consists of 4 yugas multiplied 1,000 times, or according to solar calculations, 4,320,000,000 years. And such also is the duration of his night. 1 year of Brahma's life consists of 300 such days, 360 such days and nights, and Brahma lives for 100 such years. Such is the life of Brahma. Text 306. What is the value of the throne to Lord Krishna? The masters of the various planetary systems accept the dust of his lotus feet on their crowned heads. That dust makes the holy places sacred, and even Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, Lakshmi, and I myself, who are all portion of his plenary portion, eternally carry that dust on our heads. Purport. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam, 10.68.37, when the Kauravas flattered Baladeva so that he would become their ally and spoke ill of Sri Krishna, Lord Baladeva became angry and spoke this verse. Text 307, Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, expands a portion of his plenary portion and accepting the association of material mode of ignorance, assumes the form of Rudra to dissolve the cosmic manifestation. Purport. This is a description of Rudra form, which is another expansion of Krishna. Only Vishnu Murtis are expansion of Krishna's personal and plenary portions. Mahavishnu, who lies on the causal ocean, is an expansion of Sankarshana. When Garbhodaka Shai Vishnu accepts the material modes of nature for the purpose of dissolving the cosmic manifestation, his form is called Rudra. As already explained, Lord Vishnu is the controller of Maya. How then can he associate with Maya? The conclusion is that the incarnations of Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma indicates the absence of the supreme power of Vishnu. When the supreme power is not there, it is possible to associate with Maya, the external energy. Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva are to be considered creations of Maya. Text 308. Rudra, Lord Shiva, has various forms which are transformations brought about by association with Maya. Although Rudra is not a level with Jiva Tattvas, he still cannot be considered a personal expansion of Lord Krishna. Purport. Rudra is simultaneously one with and different from the Vishnu Tattva. Due to his association with Maya, he is different from the Vishnu Tattva, but at the same time, he is an expansion of Krishna's personal form. This situation is called Bheda Tattva or Achintya Bheda Tattva, simultaneously one and different. Text 309. Milk is transformed into yogurt when it associates with yogurt culture. This yogurt is nothing but milk, but still it is not milk. Purport. Of the three deities supervising the creation, maintenance, and dissolution of the universe, Lord Vishnu is never separate from the original Vishnu. However, Lord Shiva and Brahma, due to their association with Maya, are different from Vishnu. Vishnu cannot be transformed into any form of material energy. Whenever there is association with Maya, the personality involved must be different from Lord Vishnu. Therefore, Lord Shiva and Lord Brahma are called Guna avatars, for they associate with material qualities. The conclusion is that Rudra is not exactly Lord Vishnu, but rather a transformation of Vishnu. Therefore, he does not come with the category of the Vishnu Tattvas. Thus, he is inconceivably one with Vishnu and different from him. The example given in this verse is very clear. Milk is compared to Vishnu. As soon as milk touches a sour substance, it becomes yogurt or Lord Shiva. Although yogurt is constitutionally milk, it cannot be used in place of milk. Text 310. Milk changes into yogurt when mixed with the yogurt culture, but actually it is constitutionally nothing but milk. Similarly, Govinda, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, assumes the form of Lord Shiva, Shambhu, for the special purpose of material transactions. I offer my obeisances at his lotus feet. Purport. This is a quotation from Brahma Samhita 5.45. Text 311. Lord Shiva is an associate of the external energy. Therefore, he is so absorbed in the material quality of darkness. Lord Vishnu is transcendental to Maya and the qualities of Maya. Therefore, he is the supreme personality of Godhead. Purport: Vishnu is beyond the range of the material manifestation, and he is not within the control of the material energy. He is the supreme independent personality of Godhead. This is admitted even by Shankaracharya. Narayana Paro Vyaktat Gita Bhasya. In the constitutional form, Shiva is a Mahābhagavata, a supreme devotee of the Lord. But because he accepts Maya association, especially the quality of ignorance, he is not free from Maya's influence. Such an intimate association is completely absent in the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu. Lord Shiva accepts Maya, but in the presence of Vishnu, Maya does not exist. Consequently, Lord Shiva has to be considered a product of Maya. When Lord Shiva is free from Maya's influence, he is in the position of Mahābhagavata, a supreme devotee of Lord Vishnu. Vaishnavam Yatha Shambhu. Text 312. The truth about Lord Shiva is that he is always covered with three material coverings: Vaikarika, Taijasa, and Tamasa. Because of these three modes of material nature, he always associates with external energy and egotism itself. Purport. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam, 10.83.3, text 313. Sri Hari, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is situated beyond the range of material nature. Therefore, he is the Supreme Transcendental Person. He can see everything inside and outside. Therefore, he is the Supreme Overseer of all living entities. If someone takes shelter at his lotus feet and worships him, he also attains a transcendental position. Purport. This is also a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.88.5. Text 314. For the maintenance of the universe, Lord Krishna descends as his personal plenary expansion in the form of Vishnu. He is the director of the mode of goodness. Therefore, he is transcendental to the material energy. Text 315. Lord Vishnu is in the category of Samamsha because he has opulences almost equal to Krishna's. Krishna is the original person, and Lord Vishnu is his personal expansion. This is the verdict of all Vedic literatures. Purport. Although an incarnation of the material energy, Lord Brahma is nonetheless the director of the material mode of passion. Similarly, Lord Shiva, although simultaneously one with and different from Lord Krishna, is still the incarnation of the mode of darkness. However, Lord Vishnu is Krishna's personal expansion. Therefore, he is the director of the mode of goodness and is always transcendentally situated beyond the jurisdiction of the modes of material nature. Lord Vishnu is the original personal expansion of Krishna, and Krishna is the original source of all incarnations. As far as power is concerned, Lord Vishnu is as powerful as Lord Krishna because he possesses all the opulences. Yeah. No, it isn't. One of these ones. What is it?
Translation Mataji purport.
Text 3.
Extra. Okay. Caritamrta. Text 316. Translation. When the flame of one candle is expanded to another candle and placed in a different position, it burns separately, and its illumination is as powerful as the original candle candles. Similarly, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Govinda, expands himself in different forms as Vishnu, who is equally luminous, powerful, and opulent. Let me worship that Supreme Personality of Godhead, Govinda. Purport. This is a quotation from the Brahma Samhita 5.46. Text 317 translation. The conclusion is that Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva are simply devotee incarnations who carry out orders. However, Lord Vishnu, the maintainer, is the personal feature of Lord Krishna. Text 318 translation. Lord Brahma said, I am engaged by the Supreme Personality of Godhead to create. Following his orders, Lord Shiva dissolves everything. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, in his form of Kshirodakashayi Vishnu, maintains all the affairs of material nature. Thus, the supreme controller of the three modes of material nature is Lord Vishnu. Purport. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 2.6.32. Lord Brahma gave this information to Devarshi Narada when he was receiving instructions from Lord Brahma to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Paramatma. After describing the universal form of Lord Brahma explained that his position and Lord Shiva's position are controlled by Lord Vishnu. Text 319. Translation. O Sanātana, now just hear about the incarnations who appeared during the reign of each Manvantara avatars. They are unlimited and no one can count them. Just hear of their source. Text 320 translation. In one day of Brahma, there are 14 changes of the Manus, and during the reign of each of those 14 Manus, an incarnation is manifested by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purport. From this verse, it can be calculated that in 1 month, 30 days of Brahma's life, there are 420 Manvantara avatars, and that in 1 year, 360 days of his life, there are 5040 Manvantara incarnations. Thus, for the 100 years of Brahma's life, there is a total of 504,000 Manvantara avatars. In addition, the Manus themselves are considered partial incarnations of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 321 translation. There are 14 Manvantara avatars in 1 day of Brahma, 420 in 1 month, and 5040 in 1 year. Text 322 translation. During the 100 years of Brahma's life, there are 5,04,000 Manvantara avatars. Text to 323 translation. The number of Manvantara avatars for only one universe has been given. One can only imagine how many Manvantara avatars exist in the innumerable universes, and all these universes and Brahmas exist only during one exhalation of Mahavishnu. 324 translation. There is no limit to the exhalation of Mahavishnu. Just to see how impossible it is to speak or write of only the Manvantara avatars. Text 325 translation. In the Swayambhuva Manvantara, the avatara is named Yajna. In the Swarochisha Manvantara, he is named Vibhu. In the uh, in the Auttama Manvantara, he is named Satyasena, and in the Tamasa Manvantara, he is named Hari. Text 326 translation. In the Raivata Manvantara, the Avatara is named Vaikunta, and in the Chakshusha Manvantara, he is named Ajita. In the Vaivasvata Manvantara, he is named Vamana, and in the Savarnya Manvantara, he is named Sarvabhauma. In the Daksha Savarnya Manvantara, he is named Rishabha. Text 327 translation. In the Brahma Savarnya Manvantara, the avatara is named Vishwaksena, and in the Dharma Savarnya, he is named Dharmasetu. In the Rudra Savarnya, he is named Sudhama, and in the Deva Savarnya, he is named Yogeshwara. Text 328 translation. In the Indra Savarnya Manvantara, the avatara is named Brihad, Brihadbhanu. These are the names of the 14 avatars in the 14 Manvantaras. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakura in his Anubhashya gives a list of Manus and their father's name. Swayambhuva Manu, the son of Lord Brahma. Second, Swarochisha, the son of Swarochis or Agni, the predominating deity of fire. Uttama, the son of King Priyavrata. Tamasa, the brother of Uttama. Fifth, Raivata, the twin brother of Tamasa. Sixth, Chakshusha, the son of the demigod Chakshus. Seven, Vaivasvata, the son of Vivaswan, the sun god, whose name is mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita 4.1. Eight, Savarni, a son born to the sun god and his wife Chaya. Daksha Savarni, the son of the demigod Varuna. Tenth, Brahma Savarni, the son of Upakshloka. 11 to 14, Rudra Savarni, Dharma Savarni, Deva Savarni, and Indra Savarni, the sons of Rudra, Ruchi, Satya Saha, and Bhuti, respectively. Text 329 translation. O Sanātana, now hear from me about the Yuga avatars, the incarnations for the millenniums. First of all, there are four yugas: Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapar Yuga, and Kali Yuga. Text 330 translation. In the four yugas, Satya, Treta, Dwapara, and Kali, the Lord incarnates in four colors: white, red, black, and yellow, respectively. These are the colors of the incarnation in different millenniums. Text 331 translation. This child formerly had three colors according to the prescribed color for different millenniums. Formerly he has white, red, and yellow, and now he has assumed a blackish color. Purpose. This verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.8.13 was spoken by Garga Muni when performing the name giving ceremony for Krishna at the house of Nanda Maharaja. The following two verses are also from Srimad Bhagavatam 11.5.21 and 2.24. Text 332 translation. In the Satya Yuga, the Lord appeared in a body colored white with four arms and matted hair. He wore tree bark and bore a black antelope skin. He wore a sacred thread and a garland of Rudraksha beads. He carried a rod and a water pot, and he was a brahmachari. Text 333 translation. In Treta Yuga, the Lord appeared in a body that had a reddish hue and four arms. There were three distinctive lines on his abdomen, and his hair was golden. His form manifested the Vedic knowledge, and he bore the symbols of a sacrificial spoon, ladle, and so on. Text 334 translation. As the white incarnation, the Lord taught religion and meditation. He offered benedictions to Kardama Muni, and in this way he showed his causeless mercy. But Kardama Muni was one of the Prajapatis. He married Devahuti, the daughter of Manu, and their son was Kapila Deva. The Supreme Lord was very pleased with Kardama Muni's austerities, and he appeared before Kardama Muni in a whitish body. This happened in the Satya Yuga millennium when people were accustomed to practicing meditation. Text 335 translation. In Satya Yuga, the people were generally advanced in spiritual knowledge and could meditate upon Krishna very easily. The people's occupational duty in Treta Yuga was to perform great sacrifices. This was induced by the personality of Godhead in his reddish incarnations. Text 336 translation. In Dwapara Yuga, the people's occupational duty was to worship the lotus feet of Krishna. Therefore, Lord Krishna, appearing in a blackish body, personally induced people to worship him. Text 337 translation. In Dwapara Yuga, the personality of Godhead appears in a blackish hue. He is dressed in yellow. He holds his own weapons, and he is decorated with the Kaustubha jewel and the mark of Srivatsa. That is how his symptoms are described. But this is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 11.5.27. The Shyama color is not exactly brackish. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakura compares it to the color of the Atasi flower. It is not the Lord Krishna himself appears in a blackish color in all the Dwapar Yugas. In other Dwapar Yugas previous to Lord Krishna's appearance, the Supreme Lord appeared in a greenish body by his own personal expansion. This is mentioned in the Vishnu Purana, Harivamsha, and Mahabharata. Text 338 translation. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, expanded as Vasudeva, Sankarshana, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha. Purport. This is a prayer from Srimad Bhagavatam 11.5.29 spoken by Karabhajana Muni when he was questioned by Maharaja Nimi, the king of Videha, about the incarnation in specific yugas and their method of worship. Karabhajana Muni was one of the nine yogendras, and he met the king to inform him about future incarnations. Text 339 translation. By this mantra, the people worship Lord Krishna in Dwapar Yuga. In Kali Yuga, the occupational duty of the people is to chant congregationally the holy name of Krishna. Purport. As stated in Srimad Bhagavatam 12.3.51. Kaler doshe nidai rajam asti hi eko mahan guna kirtana deva krishnasya mukta bandha param vrajet. My dear king, although Kali Yuga is full of faults, there is still one good quality about this age. It is that simply by chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, one can become free from material bondage and be promoted to the transcendental kingdom. Thus, in Kali Yuga, one worships Lord Krishna by chanting Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. To propagate this movement, Lord Krishna personally appeared as Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that is described in the following verse. Text 340 translation. In the age of Kali, Lord Krishna assumes a golden color and, accompanied by his personal devotees, introduces Harinama Sankirtana, the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra. By this process, he delivers love for Krishna to the general populace. Text 341 translation. Lord Krishna, the son of Nanda Maharaja, personally introduces the occupational duty of the age of Kali. He personally chants and dances in ecstatic love, and thus the entire world chants congregationally. Text for 342 translation. In the age of Kali, intelligent persons perform congregational chanting to worship the incarnation of Godhead, who constantly sings the name of Krishna. Although his complexion is not blackish, he is Krishna himself. He is accompanied by his associates, servants, weapons, and confidential companions. Purport. This is quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 11.5.32. See also Adi Lila chapter 3 text 52. Text 343 translation. In the other three yugas, Satya Yuga, Treta, and Dwapara, people perform different types of spiritual activities. Whatever results they achieve in that way, they can achieve in Kali Yuga simply by chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. Text 344 translation. My dear king, although Kali Yuga is full of faults, there is still one good quality about this age. It is that simply by chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, one can become free from material bondage and be promoted to the transcendental kingdom. Purport. As mentioned above, this verse is Srimad Bhagavatam 12.3.51. Text 345 translation. Whatever result was obtained in Satyuga by meditating on Vishnu, in Treta Yuga by performing sacrifices, and in Dwapar Yuga by serving the Lord's lotus feet, can also be obtained in Kali Yuga simply by chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. This verse is quoted from Srimad Bhagavatam 12.3.52. At the present moment in Kali Yuga, there are many false meditators who concoct some imaginary form and try to meditate upon it. It has become fashionable to meditate, but people know nothing about the object of meditation. That is explained here. Yet Jyayato Vishnum. One has to meditate upon Lord Vishnu or Lord Krishna without referring to the Shastras. So-called meditators aim at impersonal objects. Lord Krishna has condemned them in the Bhagavad Gita 12.5. Klesho dikatarastesham avyakta sattachetasam avyakta hi gatir dukkam devavaptir avapyate. For those whose minds are attached to the unmanifested impersonal feature of the Supreme, advancement is very troublesome. To make progress in that discipline is always difficult for those who are embodied. Not knowing how to meditate, foolish people simply suffer, and there is no benefit derived from their spiritual activities. The same idea expressed in this verse from Srimad Bhagavatam can be found in the following verse from the Vishnu Purana. 6.2.17, Padma Purana, Uttarakanda 72.25, and Brihanaradiya Purana 38.97. Text 346. Translation: whatever is achieved by meditation in Satya Yuga, by the performance of Yajna in Treta Yuga, or by the worship of Krishna's lotus feet in Dwapar Yuga is also obtained in the age of Kali simply by chanting the glories of Lord Keshava. Text 347 translation. Those who are advanced and highly qualified and are interested in the essence of life know the good qualities of Kali Yuga. Such people worship the age of Kali because in this age one can advance in spiritual knowledge and attain life's goal simply by chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Purport. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 11.5.36, spoken by the great sage Karabhajana Rishi, one of the 9 Yogendras. The sage was informing Maharaja Nimi about the people's duty to worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead according to different processes in different yugas. Text 348 translation. As stated before, when I describe the incarnations of the material modes, guna avataras, one should consider that these are incarnations also are unlimited and that no one can count them. 349 translation. Thus, I have given a description of the incarnations of the 4 different yugas. After hearing all this, Sanātana Gosvāmī gave an indirect hint to the Lord. Text 350 translation. Sanātana Gosvāmī had been a minister under Nawab Hussain Shah, and he was undoubtedly as intelligent as Brihaspati, the chief priest of the heavenly kingdom. Due to the Lord's unlimited mercy, Sanātana Gosvāmī questioned him without hesitation. Text 351 translation. Sanatana Goswami said, I am very insignificant living entity. I am low and poorly behaved. How can I understand who is the incarnation of this age of Kali? This verse is very important in reference to the incarnations of God. At present, there are especially many rascals prevalent in India who proclaim themselves incarnations of God or goddesses. Thus, they are fooling and bluffing foolish people. On behalf of the general populace, Sanatana Goswami presented himself as a foolish, low-born, poorly behaved person, although he was a most exalted personality. Inferior people cannot accept the real God, yet they are very eager to accept an imitation God who can simply bluff foolish people. All this is going on in this age of Kali. To guide these foolish people, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu answers the questions as follows. 352 translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, as in other ages, an incarnation is accepted according to the directions of the Shastras. In this age of Kali, an incarnation of God should be accepted in that way. Purport. According to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, this is the way an incarnation should be accepted. Srila Narottama Dasa Thakura says, Sadhu Shastra Guru Vakya Chittate Kariya Akya. One should accept a thing as genuine by studying the words of saintly people, the spiritual master and the Shastras. The actual center is the Shastra, the revealed scripture. If a spiritual master does not speak according to the revealed scripture, he is not to be accepted. Similarly, if a saintly person does not speak according to the Shastras, he is not a saintly person. The Shastra is the center for all. Unfortunately, at the present moment, people do not refer to the Shastras. Therefore, they accept rascals as incarnations, and consequently, they have made incarnations into a very cheap thing. Intelligent people who follow Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's instructions and the instructions of the Acharya, the bona fide spiritual master, will not accept a pretender as an incarnation of God. In Kali Yuga, the only incarnation is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Imitation incarnations take advantage advantage of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The Lord appeared within the past 500 years, played as the son of a Brahmana from Madhya, and introduced the Sankirtana movement. Imitating Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and ignoring the Shastras, ignoring the Shastras, rascals present themselves an incarnation and introduce their rascaldom as an religious process. As we have repeatedly said, religion can be given only by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. From the discussions in the Chaitanya Charitamrta, we can understand that in different ages, the Supreme Lord introduces different systems and different religious duties. In this age of Kali, the only incarnation of Krishna is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and he introduced the religious duty of Kali Yuga, the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Text 353 translation. The Vedic literatures composed by the omniscient Mahamuni Vyasadeva are evidence for all the spiritual existence. Only through these revealed scriptures can all conditioned souls attain knowledge. Purport. Foolish people try to concoct knowledge by manufacturing something in their brains. That is not the real way of knowledge. Knowledge is Shabda Pramana, evidence from the Vedic literature. Srila Vyasadeva is called Mahamuni. He is also known as Vedavyasa because he has compiled so many Shastras. He has divided the Vedas into 4 divisions: Sama, Rig, Yajur, and Atharva. He has expanded the Vedas into 18 Puranas and has summarized Vedic knowledge in the Vedanta Sutras. He also compiled the Mahabharata, which is accepted as the 5th Veda. The Bhagavad Gita is contained within the Mahabharata. Therefore, the Bhagavad Gita is also Vedic literature Smriti. One of the Vedic literatures are called Shrutis and some are called Smritis. Srila Rupa Gosvāmī recommends in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.101 Shruti Smriti Puranadi Pancharatra Vidhim Vina Aikantiki Harer Bhakti Utpataya Iva Kalpate. Unless one refers to Shastras, Shruti, Smriti, and Puranadi, one's spiritual activity simply disturbs society. There is no king or government to check people, and therefore society has fallen into a chaotic condition as far as spiritual understanding is concerned. Taking advantage of this chaotic condition, many rascals have appeared and proclaimed themselves incarnation of God. As a result, the entire population is indulging in sinful activities such as illicit sex, intoxication, gambling, and meat eating. Out of many sinful people, many so called incarnations of God are emerging. This is a very regrettable situation, especially in India. Text 354 translation. An actual incarnation of God never says, I am God or I am an incarnation of God. The great sage Vyasadeva, knowing all, has already recorded the characteristics of the avatars in the Shastras. Purport. In this verse, it is clearly stated that a real incarnation of God never claims to be a real incarnation. According to the symptoms described in the Shastras, one can understand who is an avatara or who is not. Text 355 translation. The Lord does not have a material body, yet he descends among human beings in his transcendental body as an incarnation. Therefore, it is very difficult for us to understand who is an incarnation. Only by his extraordinary prowess and uncommon activities, which are impossible for embodied living entities, can one partially understand the incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purport. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.10.34. Text 356 translation. By 2 symptoms, personal characteristics and marginal characteristics, the great sages can understand an object. Text 357 translation. Bodily features, nature, and form are the personal characteristics. Knowledge of his activities provides the marginal characteristics. Text 358 translation. In the auspicious invocation at the beginning of Srimad Bhagavatam, Srila Vyasadeva has described the Supreme Personality of Godhead by these symptoms. Text 359, translation. O my Lord, Sri Krishna, son of Vasudeva, all-pervading personality of Godhead, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. I meditate upon Lord Sri Krishna because he is the absolute truth and the primeval cause of all causes of the creation, sustenance, and destructions of the manifested universes. He is directly and indirectly conscious of all manifestations, and he is independent because there is no other cause beyond him. It is he who only who first imparted the Vedic knowledge unto the heart of Brahmaji, the original living being. By him, even the great sages and demigods are placed into illusion. As one is bewildered by the illusory representations of water seen in fire or land seen on water, only because of him do the material universes temporarily manifested by the reactions of the three modes of nature appear factual, although they are unreal. I therefore meditate upon him, Lord Sri Krishna, who is eternally existent in the transcendental abode, which is forever free from the illusory representations of the material world. I meditate upon him, for he is the absolute truth. Purport. This verse quoted from Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1.1 links the Srimad Bhagavatam with the Vedanta Sutra with the words Janma Dasya Yatha. It is stated that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vasudeva, is the absolute truth beyond the material creation. This has been accepted by all acharyas. Even Shankaracharya, the most elevated impersonalist, says in the beginning of his commentary on the Bhagavad Gita, Narayana Paro Vyaktat. When this material creation is not yet manifested from the Mahat Tattva, it is called Avyakta. And when it is demonstrated from that total energy, it is called Vyakta, Narayana. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is beyond this Vyakta, Avyakta, manifested and unmanifested material nature. This is the chief qualification of the Supreme Personality of Godhead when he assumes a particular incarnation. Krishna tells Arjuna that although they both took birth many times before Krishna remembers everything about his previous appearances, but Arjuna does not remember. Since Krishna is beyond the cosmic creation, he is in the exalted position of being able to remember everything in the past. Everything within the cosmic creation has a material body, but Krishna, being beyond the material cosmic creation, always has a spiritual body. He imparted Vedic knowledge into the heart of Brahma. Although Brahma is the most important and exalted personality within this universe, he could not remember what he did in his past life. Krishna had to remind him through the heart. When the Lord Brahma was thus inspired, he was able to create the entire universe. Remembering everything about the past and inspiring Lord Brahma to create are vivid examples of the characteristics called Swarupa Lakshana and Tatastha Lakshana. Text 360 translation. In this invocation from Srimad Bhagavatam, the word Param indicates Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and the word Satyam indicates his personal characteristics. Text 361 translation. In that same verse, it is stated that the Lord is the creator, maintainer, and annihilator of the cosmic manifestation, and that he enabled Lord Brahma to create the universe by infusing him with the knowledge of the Vedas. It is also stated that the Lord has full knowledge directly and indirectly, that he knows past, present, and future, and that his personal energy is separate from Maya, the illusory energy. Text 362 translation. All these activities are his marginal characteristics. Great saintly persons understand the incarnations of the Supreme Personality of Godhead by the indications of the two characteristics known as Swarupa and Tatastha. All the incarnations of Krishna should be understood in this way. Text 363 translation. At the time of their appearance, the incarnation of the Lord are known in the world because people can consult the Shastra to understand an incarnation's chief characteristics known as Swarupa and Tatastha. In this way, the incarnations become known to great saintly persons. Text 364 translation. Sanātana Gosvāmī said, the color of the personality in whom the characteristics of the Lord are found in is yellowish. His activities include the distribution of love of Godhead and the chanting of the holy names of the Lord. Text 365 translation. The incarnations of Krishna for this age is indicated by these symptoms. Please confirm this definitely so that all my doubt will go away. Perfect. Sanatana Goswami wanted to confirm the fact that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the incarnation of Krishna for this age. According to the Shastras, in Kali Yuga, the Lord would assume a golden or yellow color and would distribute love of Krishna and the Sankirtana movement. In accordance with the Shastra and saintly persons, these characteristics are vividly displayed by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And it was therefore clear that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was an incarnation of Krishna. He was confirmed by the Shastras, and his characteristics were accepted by the saintly people. Since Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu could not escape Sanatana Goswami's argument, he remained silent on this point and thereby indirectly accepted Sanatana's statement. By this, we can clearly understand that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was the direct incarnation of Lord Krishna. Text 366 translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, O Sanatana, you must give up your intelligent tricks. Now just try to understand the description of these Avesha avatars. Text 367 translation. There are unlimited Shaktavesha avatars of Lord Krishna. Let me describe the chief among them. Text 368 translation. Empowered incarnations are of two types, primary and secondary. The primary ones are directly empowered by the Supreme Personality of Godhead and are called incarnations. The secondary ones are indirectly empowered by the Supreme Personality of Godhead and are called Vibhuti. Text 369 translation. Some Shaktavesha avatars are the four Kumaras, Narada, Maharaja Prithu, and Parashurama. When a living being is empowered to act as Lord Brahma, he is also considered a Shaktavesha avatara. Text 370 translation. Lord Sesha in the spiritual world of Vaikunta and in the material world, Lord Ananta, who carries innumerable planets on his hoods, are two primary empowered incarnations. There is no need to count the others, for they are unlimited. Text 371 translation. The power of knowledge was invested in the four Kumaras. The power of devotional service was invested in Narada. The power of creation was invested in Lord Brahma. And the power to carry innumerable planets was invested in Lord Ananta. Text 372 translation. The Supreme Personality of Godhead invested the power of personal service in Lord Shesha, and he invested the power to rule the earth in King Prithu. Lord Parashurama received the power to kill rogues and miscreants. But Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita 4.8, Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya chaduskrutam. Sometimes the Lord invests his power to rule in a king like Prithu and enables such a king to kill rogues and miscreants. He also invests his power in incarnations like Parashurama. Text 373 translation. Whenever the Lord is present in someone's by portion of his various potencies, the living entity representing the Lord is called a Shakti Avesha Avatara. That is, an incarnation invested with special power. Purport. This verse is found in the Lavu Bhagavatamrita 1.18. Text 374 translation. As explained in the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna has spread himself all over the universe in many personalities through specific powers known as Vibhuti. But the expansion of specific Maya's powers is explained in Srimad Bhagavatam 2.7.39. Text 375 translation. Know that all opulent, beautiful, and glorious creations spring from but a spark of my splendor. Papa, this is a statement made by Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita of 10.41. Text 376 translation. But what need is there? Arjuna, for all this detailed knowledge, with a single fragment of myself, I pervade and support this entire universe. This is also a statement made by Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita 10.42. Text 377 translation. Thus, I have explained specifically empowered incarnations. Now, please hear about the characteristics of Lord Krishna's childhood, boyhood, and youth. Text 378 translation. As the son of Maharaja Nanda, Lord Krishna is by nature the paragon of Kishora youth. He chooses to exhibit his pastimes at that age. Text 379 translation. Before his personal appearance, the Lord causes some of his devotees to appear as his mother, father, and intimate associates. He then appears later as if he were taking birth and growing from a baby to a child and gradually into a youth. Text 380 translation. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is eternally enjoying himself, and he is the shelter of all kinds of devotional service. Although his ages are various, his age, known as Kishora, pre-youth, is best of all. This verse is found in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 2.1.16. Text 381 translation. When the Lord Krishna appears from moment to moment, he exhibits his different pastimes, beginning with the killing of Putana. All these pastimes are eternally being demonstrated one after another. Text 382 translation. The consecutive pastimes of Krishna are being manifested in one of the innumerable universes moment after moment. There is no possibility of counting the universes, but in any case, some pastimes of the Lord is being manifested at every moment in one universe or another. Text 383 translation. Thus, the Lord pastimes are like the flowing Ganges water. In this way, all the pastimes are manifested by the son of Nanda Maharaja. Text 384 translation. Lord Krishna exhibits his pastimes of childhood, boyhood, and pre-youth. When he reaches pre-youth, he continues to exist eternally to perform his rasa dance and other pastimes. Purport. The comparison made here is very interesting. Krishna does not grow like an ordinary human being. Even though he exhibits his pastimes of childhood, boyhood, and pre-youth, when he reaches the age of pre-youth, Kaishara, he does not grow any older. He simply remains in his Kaishara age. He is therefore described in the Brahma Samhita 5.33 as Navayavana. Advaitamachyutamanadimanantarupam Adhyam Purana Purusham Navayavvanam cha Vedeshu Durlabhamadurlabhamatma Bhakto Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. This Navayavana or pre-youth is the eternal transcendental form of Krishna. Krishna never grows older than Navayavana. Text 385 translation. Descriptions of Krishna's eternal pastimes are in all the revealed scriptures, but one cannot understand how they are continuing eternally. Text 386 translation. Let me give an example by which people may understand Lord Krishna's eternal pastimes. An example can be found in the zodiac. Text 387 translation. The sun moves across the zodiac day and night and it crosses the oceans between the seven islands, one after the another. Text 388 translation. According to Vedic astronomical calculations, the rotation of the sun consists of 60 dandas and it is divided into 3600 palas. Text 389 translation. The sun rises in steps consisting of 60 palas. 60 palas equal 1 danda and 8 dandas comprise 1 prahara. Text 390 translation. The day and night are divided into 8 praharas, 4 belongings to the day and 4 belongings to the night. After 8 praharas, the sun rises again. Text 391 translation. Just as there is an orbit of the sun, there is an orbit of Krishna's pastimes, which are manifested one after the other. During the lifetimes of 14 Manus, this orbit expands through all the universes and gradually it returns. Thus, Krishna moves with his pastimes through all the universes one after another. Text 392 translation. Krishna remains within a universe for 125 years and he enjoys his pastimes both in Vrindavana and Dwaraka. Text 393 translation. The cycle of his pastimes turns like a wheel of fire. Thus, Krishna exhibits his pastimes one after the other in every universe. Text 394 translation. Krishna's pastimes, appearance, childhood, boyhood, and youth are all manifested. You want to read?
You want to read Quran? You want to
Just 215 until 215. Krishna's pastimes, appearance, childhood, boyhood, and youth are all manifested beginning with the killing of Putana and extending to the end of the Maushala Lila and the annihilation of the Yadu dynasty. All of these pastimes are rotating in every universe. Text 395 translation. Since all Krishna's pastimes are taking place continuously, at every moment, some pastime is existing in one universe or other. Consequently, these pastimes are called eternal by the Vedas and Puranas. Okay. Text 396 translation. The spiritual abode known as Goloka, which is a pasturing land for Surabhi cows, is as powerful and opulent as Krishna. By the will of Krishna, the original Goloka and Goloka Dhamas are manifested with him in all the universes. Text 397 translation. The eternal pastimes of Krishna are continuously taking place in the original Goloka Vrindavana planet. These same pastimes are gradually manifested within the material world in each and every Brahmanda. Purport. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakura elucidates this complicated explanation of Krishna's pastimes. Krishna's pastimes are always present in the material world in one of the many universes. These pastimes appear in the universes one after the other, just as the sun moves across the sky and measures the time. Krishna's appearance may be manifested in this universe at one moment, and immediately after his birth, this pastime is manifested in the next universe. After his killing of Putana is manifested in this universe, it is next manifested in another universe. Thus, all the pastimes of Krishna are eternally existing both in the original Goloka Vrindavana planet and in the material universes. The 125 years calculated in our solar system to be Krishna's lifetime equal one moment of Krishna. One moment these pastimes are manifested in one universe, and the next moment they are manifested in the next universe. They are unlimited universes, and Krishna's pastimes are manifested one moment after the other in all of them. This rotation is explained through the example of sun moving across the sky. Krishna appears and disappears in innumerable universes, just as the sun appears and disappears during the day. Although the sun appears to rise and set, it is continuously shining somewhere on the earth. Similarly, although Krishna's pastimes seem to appear and disappear, they are continuously existing in one Brahmanda, universe, or another. Thus, all of Krishna's Leelas are present simultaneously throughout the innumerable universes. By our limited senses, we cannot appreciate this. Therefore, Krishna's eternal pastimes are very difficult for us to understand. One should try to understand how they are taking place by understanding the example of the sun. Although the Lord is appearing constantly in the material universes, his pastimes are eternally present in the original Goloka Vrindavana. Therefore, these pastimes are called Nitya Leela, eternally present pastimes, because we cannot see what is going on in the other universes. It is little difficult for us to understand how Krishna is eternally manifesting his pastimes. There are 14 Manus in one day of Brahma, and this time calculation is also taking place in other universes. Krishna's pastimes are manifested before 14 Manus expire. Although it is a little difficult to understand the eternal pastimes of Krishna in this way, we must accept the verdict of the Vedic literatures. There are two types of devotees, the sadhaka who is preparing for perfection and the siddha who is already perfect. As far as those who are already perfect are concerned, Lord Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita 4.9 Tyaktva deham punarjanma naiti mameti so Arjuna. After giving up this material body, such a devotee comes to me. After leaving the material body, the perfect devotee takes birth from the womb of a gopi on a planet where Krishna's pastimes are going on. This may be in this universe or another universe. This statement is found in the Ujjvala Neelamani, which is commented upon the Vishwanatha Chakravarti Thakura. When a devotee becomes perfect, he is transferred to a universe where Krishna's pastimes are taking place. Krishna's eternal associates go wherever Krishna manifests his pastimes. As stated before, first the father, mother, and mother of Krishna appear, then the other associates. Quitting his material body, the perfect devotee also goes to associate with Krishna and his other associates. Mataji, Mataji. 390. Sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Text 398. Krishna is complete in the spiritual sky, Vaikuntha. He is more complete in Mathura and Dwaraka, and he is most complete in Vrindavana Vraja, due to his manifesting of all his opulences. Purport. This is confirmed in the following three verses from Bhakti Rasamrita's Rasaramrita Sindhu 2.1.221-223. Text 399. This is stated in dramatic literatures as perfect, more perfect, and most perfect. Thus, Lord Krishna manifests himself in three ways: perfect, more perfect, and most perfect. Text 400. When the Supreme Personality of Godhead does not manifest all his transcendental qualities, he is called complete. When all the qualities are manifested, but not fully, he is called more complete. When he manifests all his qualities in fullness, he is called most complete. This is the version of all learned scholars in the devotional science. Text 401. The most complete qualities of Krishna are manifested within Vrindavana, and his complete and more complete qualities are manifested in Dwaraka and Mathura. Text 402. Lord Krishna is the most complete Supreme Personality of Godhead in Vrindavana. Elsewhere, all his expansions are either complete or more complete. Text 403. Thus I have briefly described Krishna's manifestation of transcendental forms. This subject matter is so large that even Lord Ananta cannot describe it fully. Text 404. In this way, Krishna's transcendental forms are expanded unlimitedly. No one can count them. Whatever I have explained is simply a little glimpse. It is like showing the moon through the branches of a tree. Text 405. Whoever hears or recites these descriptions of the expansion of Krishna's body is certainly a very fortunate man. Although this is very difficult to understand, one can nonetheless acquire some knowledge about the different features of Krishna's body. Text 406. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunatha, always desiring their mercy. I, Krishna Dasa, narrate Sri Caitanya Charitamrta, following in their footsteps. Purport. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta purports of Sri Chaitanya's Charitamrita, Madhya lila 20th chapter, describing how Sanātana Gosvāmī met the Lord at Varanasi and received knowledge of the absolute truth. Chapter 12 21, the opulence and sweetness of Lord Krishna. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura gives the following summary of the 21st chapter. In this chapter, Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu fully describes Sri Krishna Loka, the spiritual sky, the causal ocean, and the material world, which consists of innumerable universes. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu then describes Lord Brahma's interview with Krishna at Dvaraka and the Lord's curbing the pride of Brahma. There is also a description of one Krishna's pastimes with Brahma. In this chapter, the author of the Chaitanya Caritamrta has presented some nice poems about the pastimes of Krishna and Krishna's super excellent beauty. Throughout the rest of the chapter, our intimate relationship, sambandha, with Krishna is described. Text 1. Offering my obeisances unto Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu, let me describe a particle of his opulence and sweetness. He is the most valuable for a fallen conditioned soul bereft of spiritual knowledge, and he is the only shelter for those who do not know the real goal of life. Text 2. All glories to Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu, all glories to Nityananda Prabhu, all glories to Advaita Acharya, and all glories to all the devotees of Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu. Text 3. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu continued, all the transcendental forms of the Lord are situated in the spiritual sky. They preside over spiritual planets in that abode, but there is no counting those Vaikuntha planets. Text 4. The breadth of each Vaikuntha planet is described as 8 miles multiplied by 100, by 1,000, by 10,000, by 100,000, and by 10 million. In other words, each Vaikuntha planet is expanded beyond our ability to measure. Text 5. Each Vaikuntha planet is very large, and each is made of spiritual bliss. The inhabitants are all associates of the Supreme Lord, and they have full opulence like the Lord himself. This is how the Vaikuntha planets are all situated. Text 6. Since all the Vaikuntha planets are located in a certain corner of the spiritual sky, who can measure the spiritual sky? Text 7. The shape of the spiritual sky is compared to the lotus flower. The topmost region of that flower is called the whorl, and within that whorl is Krishna's abode. The petals of the spiritual lotus flower consist of many Vaikuntha planets. Text 8. Each Vaikuntha planet is full of spiritual bliss, complete opulence and space, and each is limited inhabited by incarnations. If Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva cannot estimate the length and breadth of spiritual sky and the Vaikuntha planets, how can ordinary living entities begin to imagine them? Text 9. O Supreme Great One, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, O Super Soul, Master of all mystic power, your pastimes are taking place continuously in these worlds, but who can estimate where, how, and when you are employing your spiritual energy and performing your pastimes? No one can understand the mystery of those activities. Purport. This verse is quoted from Srimad Bhagavatam 10:14-21, text 10. The spiritual qualities of Krishna are also unlimited. Great personalities are like Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and the 4 Kumaras cannot estimate the spiritual qualities of the Lord. Text 11. In time, great scientists may be able to count all the atoms of the universe, all the stars and planets in the sky, and all the particles of snow. But who among them can count the unlimited transcendental qualities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead? He descends on the surface of the globe for the benefit of all living entities. Purport. This verse is also quoted from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14.7, text 12. To say nothing of Lord Brahma, even Lord Ananta, who has thousands of heads, cannot reach the end of the Lord's transcendental qualities, even though he is continuously chanting their praises. Text 13. If I, Lord Brahma, and your elder brothers, the great saints and sages, cannot understand the limits of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is full of various energies, who else can understand them? Although constantly chanting about his transcendental qualities, the 1,000-hooded Lord Shesha has not yet reached the end of the Lord's activities. Purport. This verse, spoken to Narada Muni by Lord Brahma, is also from Srimad Bhagavatam 2.7.41, text 14. To say nothing of Ananta Deva, even Lord Krishna himself cannot find an end to his own transcendental qualities. Indeed, he himself is always eager to know them. Text 15, translation. My Lord, you are unlimited. Even the predominating deities of the higher planetary systems, including Lord Brahma, cannot find your limitations, nor can you yourself ascertain the magic of your limit of your qualities. Like atoms in the sky, there are multiverses with 7 coverings, and these are rotating in due course of time. All these experts in Vedic understanding are searching for you by eliminating the material elements. In this way, searching and searching, they come to the conclusion that everything is complete in you. Thus, you are the resort of everything. This is the conclusion of all Vedic experts. Purport. This verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.87.41, which was spoken by the personalized Vedas, is confirmed by Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita 7.19. Bahunam Janmanam Ante Jnanavan Mam Prapadyate Vasudeva Sarvam Iti Sa Mahatma Sudurlabha. After many births and deaths, he who is actually in knowledge surrenders unto me, knowing me to be the cause of all causes and all that is. Such a great soul is very rare. Even after searching for the absolute truth throughout the universe, learned scholars and Vedic experts cannot reach the ultimate goal. This is the way they come to Krishna. When there is a discussion about the absolute truth, there were always various pros and cons. The purpose of such arguments is to come to the right conclusion. Such an argument is generally known as neti, not this, not that. Until one comes to the right conclusion, the process of thinking, this is not the absolute truth, that is not the absolute truth, will continue. When we come to the right conclusion, they accept the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, as the ultimate truth. Text 16. Apart from all argument, logic, and negative or positive processes, when Lord Sri Krishna was present as the Supreme Personality of Godhead at Vrindavana, no one could find a limit to his potencies by studying his characteristics and activities. Text 17. At Vrindavana, the Lord immediately created all material and spiritual planets in one moment. Indeed, all of them were created with their predominating deities. Text 18. We do not hear of such wonderful things anywhere else. Simply by one's hearing of those incidents, one's consciousness is agitated and cleansed. Purport. When Lord Krishna was present in the earthly Vrindavana, Lord Brahma, taking him to be an ordinary cowherd boy, wanted to test his potency. Therefore, Lord Brahma stole all the calves and cowherd boys from Krishna and hid them by his illusionary energy. When Krishna saw that Brahma had stolen his calves and cowherd boys, he immediately created many material and spiritual planets in Lord Brahma's presence. Within a moment, cowherd boys, calves, and unlimited Vaikunthas, all expansions of the Lord's spiritual energy, were manifested. As stated in the Brahma Samhita, Ananda Timaya Rasa Partibha Vita B. Not only did Krishna create all the paraphernalia of his spiritual energy, but he also created unlimited material universes with unlimited Brahmas. All these pastimes, which are described in Srimad Bhagavatam, will cleanse one's consciousness. In this way, one can actually understand the absolute truth. The spiritual planets in the spiritual sky are called Vaikunthas, and each of them has a predominating deity, Narayana, which with a specific name. Similarly, in the material sky, there are innumerable universes, and each is dominated by a specific deity, a Brahma. Krishna simultaneously created all these Vaikuntha planets and universes within a moment after Brahma's return. The word avadhuta means rambling, agitating, moving, absorbed, defeated. In some readings of Sri Caitanya Charitamrta, it is said, Yaghara Sarvane Shravane Chitamala Hayaduta. Instead of the word avadhuta, the word hayaduta, meaning is that the heart of consciousness is cleansed, are used. When the consciousness is cleansed, one can understand what and who Krishna is. This is confirmed by Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita 7.28. Yasham tvanta gatam papam jananam punya karmanam te dandva moha nirmukta bhayanti mam dhrta vrata. Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life and whose sinful actions are completely eradicated are freed from dualities of delusion, and they engage themselves in my service with determination. Unless one is freed from the reactions of sinful activities, one cannot understand Krishna or engage in his transcendental loving service. Text 19. According to Shukadeva Gosvāmī, Krishna had unlimited calves and cowherd boys with him. No one could count the actual number. Text 20. Each of the cowherd boys was tending calves to the extent of a koti, arbuda, shankha, and padma. That is the way of counting. Purport. According to Vedic mathematical calculations, the following enumeration system used units, tens, dasha, hundreds, shata, thousands, sahasra, 10,000s, ayuta, and 100,000, laksha. 10 times laksha is niyuta, 10 times niyuta is koti, 10 times koti is arbuda, 10 times arbuda is vrinda, 10 times vrinda is kharva, 10 times kharva is nikharva, 10 times nikharva is shankha. 10 times shankha is padma, and 10 times padma is sagara. 10 times sagara is antya, and 10 times antya is madhya, and 10 times madhya is parartha. Each item is 10 times greater than the previous one. Thus, all the cowherd boys who were companions of Krishna had many calves to take care of. Text 21. All the cowherd boys had unlimited calves. Similarly, their canes, flutes, lotus flowers, horns, garments, and ornaments were all unlimited. They cannot be limited by writing about them. Text 22. The cowherd boys then became four-handed Narayanas, predominating deities of Vaikuntha planets. All the separate Brahmanas from different universes began to offer their prayers unto the Lords. Text 23, translation. All these transcendental bodies emanated from the body of Krishna, and within a second, they all entered again into his body. Text 24. When the Lord Brahma from his universe saw this pastime, he was astonished and struck with wonder. After offering his prayers, he gave the following conclusion. Text 25. Lord Brahma said, if someone says that he knows everything about Krishna's opulence, let him think that way. But as far as I am concerned with my body and mind, I consider it in this way. Text 26. My Lord, your opulence is like an unlimited ocean of nectar, and it is verbally and mentally impossible for me to realize even a drop of that ocean. Text 27. There are people who say, I know everything about Krishna. Let them think that way. As far as I'm concerned, I do not wish to speak very much about this matter. Oh, my Lord, let me say this much. As far as your opulences are concerned, they are all beyond the reach of my mind, body, and words. Purport. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14.38, spoken by Lord Brahma after he had stolen Lord Krishna's calves and cowherd boys, and Krishna had exhibited his transcendental opulence by recreating all the stolen calves and cowherd boys by his Vishnu Murti expansions. After he had seen this, Brahma offered the above prayer. Translation. Text 28, translation. Let the glories of Lord Krishna be. Who could be aware of all of them? His abode Vrindavana has many wonderful opulences. Just try to see them all. Text 29. According to the revelations of revealed scripture, Vrindavana extends only 16 kroshas, 32 miles. Nonetheless, all the Vaikuntha planets and innumerable universes are located in one corner of this tract. Purport. In Vraja, the land is divided into various manas or forests. The forest total 12, and the extension is estimated to be 84 kroshas. Of these, the special forest known as Vrindavana is located from the present municipal city of the Vrindavana to the village called Nandagrama. This distance is 16 kroshas, 32 miles. Text 30. No one can estimate the opulence of Krishna, that is unlimited. However, just as one sees the moon through the branches of a tree, I wish to give a little indication. Purport. First the child is shown to the branches of the tree, and then he's shown to the moon through the branches. This is called Shakha Sandranyaya. The idea is that first one must be given simpler example. When the more difficult background is, then the more difficult background is explained. Text 31. While describing the transcendental opulences of Krishna, the ocean of the opulence manifested in the mind of Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu, and his mind and senses were immersed in this ocean. Thus he was perplexed. Text 32. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu personally recited the following verse from Srimad Bhagavatam, and to relish the meaning, he began to explain it himself. Text 33. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, is the master of the three worlds and the three principal demigods, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. No one is equal to or greater than him. By his spiritual potency, known as Svaraya Lakshmi, all his desires are fulfilled. While offering their dues and presence in worship, the predominating deities of all the planets touch the lotus feet of the Lord with their helmets. Thus they offer prayers to the Lord. Purport. This quotation is verse 21 of the second chapter, third canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Text 34. Krishna is the original Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, he is the greatest of all. No one is equal to him, nor is anyone greater than him. Text 35. Krishna, known as Govinda, is the supreme controller. He has an eternal, blissful spiritual body. He is the origin of all. He has no other origin, for he is the prime cause of all causes. Purport. This is the first verse from 5th chapter of the Brahma Samhita. Text 36. The primary predominating deities of this material creation are Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and Lord Vishnu. Nonetheless, they simply carry out the orders of Lord Krishna, who is master of them all. Text 37. Lord Brahma said, following the will of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, I create, Lord Shiva destroys, and he himself in the form of Kshirodakashi. Vishnu maintains all the affairs of material nature. Thus, the supreme controller of the three modes of material nature is Lord Vishnu. Purport. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 2.6.32, text 38. This is only a general description. Please try to understand another meaning of Triyadisha. The three Purusha incarnations of Vishnu are the original cause of the material creation. Text 39. Mahavishnu, Padmanabha, and Kshirodakashayi Vishnu are the super souls of all subtle and gross existences. Purport. Lord Mahavishnu is known as Karanodakashayi Vishnu, the super soul of everything. Grabhodakashayi Vishnu, from whose lotus navel Brahma was created, is also called Hiranya Garbha, and the total super soul is the subtle super soul. Kshirodakashayi Vishnu is the universal form of the gross super soul. Text 40. Although Mahavishnu, Padmanabha, and Ksharodaka Shayi Vishnu are all shelters and controllers of the entire universe. They are nonetheless but plenary portions of, or portions of the plenary portions of Krishna. Therefore, he is the original personality of Godhead. Text 41. The Brahmas and other lords of the mundane worlds appear from the pores of Mahavishnu and remain alive for the duration of his one exhalation. I adore the primal Lord, Govinda, of whom Mahavishnu is a portion of a plenary portion. Purport. This is a quotation from the Brahma Samhita. See also Aditi Lila, 5.71. Text 42. This is the middle meaning. Now please hear the confidential meaning. Lord Krishna has three places of residence which are well known from the revealed scriptures. Purport. Krishna has three abodes: his internal abode, Goloka Vrindavana, his intermediate abode, the spiritual sky, and his external abode, this material world. Text 43. The internal abode is called Goloka Vrindavana. It is there that Lord Krishna's personal friends, associates, father and mother live. Text 44. Vrindavana is the storehouse of Krishna's mercy and the sweet opulences of conjugal love. That is where the spiritual energy working as a maidservant exhibits the rasa dance, the quintessence of all pastimes. Text 45. Vrindavana Dhamma is very soft due to the mercy of Supreme Lord, and it is especially opulent due to conjugal love. The transcendental glories of the son of Maharaja Nanda are exhibited here. Under circumstances, not the least anxieties awaken within us. Text 46. Below the Vrindavana planet is the spiritual sky, which is known as Vishnu Loka. In Vishnu Loka, there are innumerable Vaikuntha planets controlled by Narayana and innumerable other expansions of Krishna. Text 47. The spiritual sky, which is full of six opulences, is the intermediate residence of Lord Krishna. It is there that an unlimited number of forms of Krishna enjoy their pastimes. Text 48. Innumerable Vaikuntha planets, which are just like the different rooms of a treasure home, are all there, filled with all opulences. Those unlimited planets house the Lord's eternal associates, who are also enriched with the six opulences. Text 49. Below the planet named Goloka Vrindavana are the planets known as Devi Dhama, Mahesha Dhama, and Hari Dhama. These are opulent in different ways. They are managed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Govinda, the original Lord. I offer my obeisances unto him. Purport. This is a quotation from Brahma Samhita, 5.43. Text 50. Between the spiritual and the material world is a body of water known as the river Praja. This water is generated from the bodily perspiration of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is known as Vedanga. Thus the river flows. Purport. This verse and the following verse are from Padma Purana. Text 51. Translation. Beyond the river Raja is the spiritual nature, which is indestructible, eternal, inexhaustible, and unlimited. It is the supreme abode consisting of three-fourths of the Lord's opulences. It is known as Paravyoma, the spiritual sky. Purport. In the spiritual sky, there is neither anxiety nor fear. It is eternally existing, and it consists of three-fourths of the Lord's energy. The material world is an exhibition of only one-fourth of the Lord's energy. Therefore, it is called Ekapad Vibhuti. Text 52. On the other side of the river Vraja is the external abode, which is full of unlimited universes, each containing unlimited atmospheres. Text 53. The abode of external energy is called Devidhama, and its inhabitants are the conditioned souls. It is there that the material energy Durga resides with many opulent maidservants. Purport. Because he wants to enjoy the material energy, the conditioned souls allowed to reside in Devidhama, the external energy. where goddess Durga carries out the orders of Supreme Lord and his maidservant. The material energy is called Jagal Lakshmi because she protects the bewildered conditioned souls. Goddess Durga is therefore known as the material mother, and Lord Shiva, her husband, is known as the material father. Goddess Durga is so named because this material world is like a big port with the conditional souls placed under her care. For material facilities, the conditioned soul tries to please Goddess Durga, and Mother Durga supplies all kinds of material facilities. Because of this, the conditional souls are alert and do not wish to leave the external energy. Consequently, they are continuously making plans to live here peacefully and happily. Such is material world. Text 54, translation. Krishna is the supreme proprietor of all dharmas, including Goloka Dhamma, Vaikuntha Dhamma, and Devi Dhamma. The Paravyoma and Goloka Dhamma are beyond Devi Dhamma, this material world. Purport. When a living entity is liberated from Devi Dhamma, but does not know of the opulence of Hari Dhamma, he is placed in Mahesha Dhamma, which is between the other two Dhammas. The liberated soul does not get an opportunity to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead there. Therefore, although this Mahesha Dhamma is Lord Shiva's Dhamma, and above Devi Dhamma, it is not the spiritual world. The spiritual world begins with Hari Dhamma or Vaikuntha Loka. Text 55. The spiritual world is considered to be 3/4 of the energy and opulence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whereas the material world is only 1/4 of that energy. That is our understanding. Haridama, Paravyoma, and Goloka Vrindavana are beyond the material cosmic manifestation. They are celebrated as 3/4 of the Lord's energy. The material world, conducted by the Supreme Lord's external energy, is called Devi Dhamma, and is a manifestation of the force of his energy. Text 56. Translation. Because it consists of 3/4 of Lord's energy, the spiritual world is called Tripad Bhuta. Being a manifestation of 1/4 of the Lord's energy, the material world is called Ekapada. Purport. This verse is found in the Laghu Bhavatamrita 1.5.563, text 57. The 3/4 of the part of the Lord Krishna's energy is beyond our speaking power. Let us therefore hear elaboratively about the remaining 1/4 of his energy. Text 58. Actually, it is very difficult to ascertain the number of universes. Every universe has its separate Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva, who are known as permanent governors. Therefore, there is also no counting them. Purport. Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva are called Tiralokapala, permanent governors. This means that they govern the affairs of the universe from which the beginning of the creation to the end. In the next region, the same living entities may not be present, but because Brahma and Shiva are existing from the beginning to the end, they are called Tiralokapala, permanent governors. Lokapala means predominating deities. There are 8 predominating deities of the prominent heavenly planets, and they are Indra, Agni, Yama, Varuna, Nirti, Vayu, Kuvera, and Shiva. Text 59, translation. Once when Krishna was ruling Dwaraka, Lord Brahma came to see him, and the doorman immediately informed Lord Krishna that Brahmas arrived. Text 60. When Krishna was so informed, he immediately asked the doorman, which Brahma? What is his name? The doorman therefore returned and questioned Lord Brahma. Purport. From this verse, we can understand that Brahma is a name of the post, and that the person occupying the post has particular name also. From the Bhagavad Gita, Imam Vivasvati Yogam. Vivasvan is the name of the present predominating deity of the sun. He is generally called Surya, the sun god, but he also has its own particular name. The governor of the state is generally called Rajapala, but he also has his own individual name. Since there are hundreds of thousands of Brahmas with different names, Krishna wanted to know which of them had come to see him. Text 61, translation. When the doorman asked which Brahma, Lord Brahma was surprised. He told the doorman, please confirm Krishna that I am the four-headed Brahma, who is the father of the four Kumaras. Text 62. The doorman then informed the Lord Brahma's description, and Lord Krishna gave him permission to enter. The doorman escorted Lord Brahma in, and as soon as Brahma saw Lord Krishna, he offered obeisances and at his lotus feet. Text 63, translation. After being worshipped by Lord Brahma, Lord Krishna also honored him with suitable words. When Lord Krishna asked, why have you come here? Text 64. Being questioned, Lord Brahma immediately replied, later I shall tell you why I come here. First of all, there is a doubt in my mind which I wish you would kindly dissipate. Text 65. Why did you inquire which Brahma had come to see you? What is the purpose of such inquiry? Is there any other Brahma besides me in this universe? Text 66. Upon hearing this, Shri Krishna smiled and immediately meditated. Unlimited Brahmas arrived instantly. Text 67. These Brahmas had different numbers of heads. Some had 10 heads, some 20, some 100, some 1,000, some 10,000, some 100,000, some 10 million, and others 100 million. No one can count the number of faces they had. Text 68, translation. There also arrived many Lord Shivas with various heads numbering 100,000 and 10 million. Many Indras also arrived, and they had hundreds of thousands of eyes all over the body. Purport: it is said that Indra, the king of heaven, is very busy. One, he had sexual intercourse with the wife of a great sage, and then when the sage learned about this, he cursed lusty Indra with a curse that put vaginas all over his body. Being very much ashamed, Indra fell down at the lotus feet of the great sage and begged his pardon. Being compassionate, the sage turned the vaginas into eyes. Therefore, Indra possesses hundreds of thousands of eyes all over his body. Just as Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva have many faces, King of Heaven Indra has many eyes. Text 69. When the four-headed Brahma of this universe saw all these opulences of Krishna, he became very much bewildered and considered himself a rabbit among many elephants. Text 70. All the Brahmas who came to see Krishna offered their respects at his lotus feet, and when they did this, the helmets touched his lotus feet. Text 71. No one can estimate the inconceivable potency of Krishna. All the Brahmas who were there were resting in the body of Krishna. Text 72. When all the helmets struck together at Krishna's lotus feet, there was a tumultuous sound. It appeared that the helmets themselves were offering praise unto Krishna's lotus feet. Text 73. When with folded hands, all the Brahmas and Shivas began to offer prayers unto Lord Krishna, saying, O Lord, you have shown me a great favor. I have been able to see your lotus feet. Text 74. All of them then said, it is my great fortune, O Lord, that you have called me, thinking of me as your servant. Now let me know what is your order, so I may carry it on my heads. What your order is, so that I may carry it on my head. Text 75. Lord Krishna replied, since I wanted to see all of you together, I have called of you here. Text 76. All of you should be happy. Is there any fear from the demons? Purport. They replied, by your mercy, we are victorious everywhere. Text 77. Whatever burden was upon the earth, you have taken away by descending to that planet. Text 78. This is a proof of Dwaraka's opulence. All the Brahmanas thought Krishna is now staying in my jurisdiction. Text 79. Thus the opulence of Dwaraka was perceived by each and every one of them. Although they were all assembled together, no one could see anyone but himself. Purport: the four-headed Brahma perceived the opulence of Dwarakadama, where Krishna was staying, and although there were Brahmas present having 10 to 10 million heads, and also many Lord Shivas were also assembled, only the four-headed Brahma of this universe could see all of them. By the inconceivable potency of Krishna, all the others could not see one another. Although all the Brahmas and Shivas were assembled together due to Krishna's energy, they could not meet or talk among themselves individually. Text 8. Translation: Lord Krishna then bade farewell to all the Brahmas there, and after offering the obeisances, they all returned to their respective homes. Text 81. After observing all these opulences, the four-headed Brahma of this universe was astonished. She again came before the lotus feet of Krishna and offered him obeisances. Text 82. Brahma then said, whatever I formerly decided about my knowledge, I have just now had personally verified. Text 83. There are people who say, I know everything about Krishna. Let them think in that way. As far as I am concerned, I do not wish to speak very much about this matter. Oh, my Lord, let me say this much. As far as your opulences are concerned, they are all beyond the reach of my mind, body, and words. Purport. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14.38, spoken by Lord Brahma. Text 84. Krishna said, your particular advice has a diameter of 4 billion miles. Therefore, it is the smallest of all the universes. Consequently, you have only 4 heads. Purport. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakura, one of the greatest astrologers of his time, gives information from the Siddhanta Siromani and that this universe measures 18 Yes, I don't know how to read that number. It's a huge number. $1,871,200,000,000 no, 1,069,000,000 oh no. 1,807 point. Okay, I'm gonna just read it with the commas. 18,712,069,200, 3 zeros, 3 zeros, time 8 miles. This is the circumference of this universe. According to some, this is only half of the circumference. Text 85, translation. Some of the universes are 1 billion yojanas in diameter, some 1 trillion, some 10 trillion, and some 100 trillion yojanas. Thus, they are almost unlimited in the area. Purport. A yojana equals 8 miles. Text 86, translation. According to the size of the universe, there are so many heads on the body of Brahma. It is in this way I maintain innumerable universes, Brahmandas. Text 87. No one can measure the length or breadth of 1/4 of my energy manifested in the material world. Who then can measure the 3/4 of that is manifested in the spiritual world? Text 88. Beyond the river Vraja is the spiritual nature, which is indestructible, eternal, inexhaustible, and unlimited. It is the supreme abode consisting of 3/4 of Lord's opulences. It is known as Paravyoma, the original sky. Purport. This is a verse from Padma Purana, quoted here by Lord Krishna. Text 89, translation. In this way, Lord Krishna bade farewell to the four-headed Brahma of this universe. We may thus understand that no one can calculate the extent of Krishna's energies. Text 90. There is a very deep meaning in the word Tri-Adishvara, which indicates that Krishna possesses three different lokas or natures. Purport. The word Tri-Adishvara means proprietor of the three worlds. There are three worlds, and Krishna is the supreme proprietor of them all. This is explained by Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita 5.29. Bhoktaram Yajna Tapasam Sarvaloka Mageshwaram Suhrdam Sarva Bhutanam Jnatva Mam Shantim Richati. A person is full of consciousness of me, knowing me to be the ultimate beneficiary of all the sacrifice and austerities. The Supreme Lord of all the planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entities, attains peace from the pangs of material miseries. The word Sarvaloka means all three worlds, and the word Maheshwara means the supreme proprietor. Krishna is the proprietor of both the material and the spiritual world. The spiritual world is divided into two portions, Goloka, Vrindavana, and the Vaikunthas. The material world is a combination of the universes unlimited in number. Text 91. The three lokas are Gokula, Goloka, Mathura, and Dwaraka. Krishna lives eternally in these three places. Purport. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakura comments that in the Goloka planet there are three divisions, Gokula, Mathura, and Dwaraka. In his incarnation as Gaura Sundara, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu, the Lord conducts his pastimes in three areas, Navadvipa, Jagannatha Puri, and Raja Mandala, the area of Vrindavana Dhamma. These three places are full of internal potencies, and Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is their sole proprietor. Text 93-94. As previously mentioned, the jewels on the helmets of all the predominant deities of all the universes and Vaikuntha planets touch the throne and the lotus feet of the Lord when those deities all offer obeisances. Text 95. When the gems of the helmets, all of the predominant deities collided before the throne of the Lord's lotus feet, there was a jingling sound which seemed like prayers offered by the helmets at Krishna's lotus feet. Text 96, translation. Krishna is thus situated eternally in his spiritual energy, and the opulence of that spiritual potency is called Sada Aishwarya, indicating 6 kinds of opulences. Text 97. Because he possesses the spiritual potencies which fulfill all his desires, Krishna is accepted as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is the Vedic version. Text 98. The unlimited potencies of Krishna are just like an ocean of nectar. Since one cannot bathe within that ocean, I have only touched a drop of it. Text 99. When Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu was describing the opulence of spiritual potencies of Krishna in this way, there was an awakening of love of Krishna within him. His mind became immersed in the sweetness of conjugal love, and he quoted the following verse from Srimad Bhagavatam, text 100. To exhibit the strength of his own spiritual potency, Lord Krishna manifested a form just suitable for his pastimes in the material world. This form was wonderful even for him and was the supreme abode of the wealth of good fortune. His limbs were so beautiful that they increased the beauty of the ornaments worn on the different parts of his body. Purport. This verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 3.2.12 is stated in a conversation between Vidura and Uddhava. Uddhava thus begins his description of the pastimes of Sri Krishna in his form exhibited by Yogamaya, text 101. Lord Krishna has many pastimes, of which his pastimes as a human being are the best. His form as a human being is a supreme transcendental form. In this form, he is cowherd boy. He carries a flute in his hand, and his use is new. He is also an expert dancer. All this is just suitable for his pastime as a human being. Text 102. My dear Sanātana, the sweet, attractive, transcendental form of Krishna is so nice. Just try to understand it. Even a fractional understanding of Krishna's beauty can merge all the three worlds in the ocean of love. He attracts all living entities within the three worlds. Text 103. The transcendental form of Krishna is shown to the world by Lord Krishna's internal spiritual energy, which is a transformation of pure goodness. This jewel-like form is the most confidential treasure of all the devotees. This form is manifested from Krishna's eternal pastimes, text 104. The wonderful form of Krishna in his personal feature is so great that it attracts even Krishna to taste his own association. Indeed, Krishna becomes very eager to taste it. Total beauty, knowledge, wealth, strength, fame, and renunciation are the six opulences of Krishna. He is eternally situated in his opulences. Purport. Krishna has many pastimes, of which his pastimes in Goloka Vrindavana, the Gokula Lila, is supreme. He also has pastimes in Vaikunthas, the spiritual world, as Vasudeva, Sankarshana, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha. In his pastimes in the material sky, he lies down in the causal ocean as Karnavashi, the Purusha Avatara. His incarnation as a fish, tortoise, and so on are called his causal incarnations. He incarnates in the modes of nature as Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and Lord Vishnu. He also incarnates as empowered living entities like Prithu and Vyasa, the super soul in his localized incarnation and his all-pervasive aspect of impersonal Brahman. When we consider impartiality, all the unlimited pastimes of the Lord, when we consider partially all the unlimited pastimes of the Lord, we find that his pastimes as a human being on this planet, wherein he sports a cowherd boy with a flute in his hands and appears youthful and fresh like a ballet dancer, are pastimes and features that are never subjected to material laws and inebrieties. The wonderful beauty of Krishna is presented in the supreme planet Gokula, Goloka Vrindavana. Inferior to that is his representation in the spiritual sky, and inferior to that is his representation in the external energy, Devi Dhama. A mere drop of Krishna's sweetness can drown these three worlds, Goloka Vrindavana, Haridhama, Vaikuntha Loka, and Devi Dhama, the material world. Everywhere, Krishna's beauty merges everyone in the ecstasy of transcendental bliss. Actually, the activities of Yoga Maya are absent in the spiritual sky and the Vaikuntha planets. She simply works in the supreme planet Goloka Vrindavana, and she works to manifest the activities of Krishna when he descends to the material universe to please his innumerable devotees within the material world. Thus, a replica of the Goloka Vrindavana planet and the pastimes there is manifested on this planet on a specific tract of land, Bhauma Vrindavana, the Vrindavana Dhamma on this planet.
Namo Vishnu Pada Krishna Prishta Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharne Nirvishesha Sanyavari Paschata Desatarne Jaya Jaya Sri Caitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gora Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Text number 105. Bhushanara Bhushnanga Tahen Lalita Tribanga Tahara Upara Brud Anu Nartana Terhache Netrantabhana Tatradrida Santana Vrinde Radhagopigana Mana. Translation: ornaments caress that body, but the transcendental body of Krishna is so beautiful that it beautifies the ornaments he wears. Therefore, Krishna's body is said to be the ornament of ornaments. Enhancing the wonderful beauty of Krishna is his three-curved style of standing. Above all these beautiful features, Krishna's eyes dance and move obliquely, acting like arrows to pierce the minds of Srimati Radharani and the gopis. When the arrow succeeds in hitting its target, their minds become agitated. Text 106. Brahmando pari paravyoma tahanye svarupa gana tansabhari bale hari mana pativrata shiromani yanre kahe vedabani akar shaye shehi lakshmi gana. Translation: the beauty of Krishna's body is so attractive that it attracts not only the demigods and other living entities within this material world, but the personalities of the spiritual sky as well, including the Narayanas, who are expansions of Krishna's personality. The minds of the Narayanas are thus attracted by the beauty of Krishna's body. In addition, the goddesses of fortune, Lakshmis, who are the wives of the Narayanas and are the women described in the Vedas as most chaste, are also attracted by the wonderful beauty of Krishna. Text 107. Chari gopi manorate manmatera manamate namadhare madana mohan jini pancha sharadarpa swayam nava kandarpa rasakare hanya gopi ganha. Translation: favoring the gopis, Krishna rides on the chariots of their minds, and just to receive loving services from them, he attracts their minds like Cupid. Therefore, he is also called Madana Mohan, the attractor of Cupid. Cupid has 5 arrows, representing form, taste, smell, sound, and touch. Krishna is the owner of these 5 arrows, and with his Cupid-like beauty, he conquers the minds of the gopis. Although they are very proud of their super excellent beauty, becoming new Cupid, Krishna attracts their minds and engages in the rasa dance. Text 108. Nija sama sakka sange gogana charana range Vrindavane svachanda vihara yanravenu dvani shuni stavarajan kama prani Pulaka kampa ashru vahe dara. Translation: when Lord Krishna wanders in the forest of Vrindavan with his friends on an equal level, there are innumerable cows grazing. This is another of the Lord's blissful moments. When he plays on his flute, all living entities, including trees, plants, animals, and human beings, tremble and are saturated with jubilation. Tears flow constantly from their eyes. Text 109. Muktahara bhaktapanti indradanu picha tati pitambara vijuri sankara Krishnanava Jaladara Jagat Shasya Upara Varisaye Lilamrita Dara. Translation. Krishna wears a pearl necklace that appears like a chain of white herons around his neck. The peacock feather in his hair appears like a rainbow, and his yellow garments appear like lightning in the sky. Krishna appears like a newly risen cloud, and the gopis appear like newly grown grains in the field. Constant rains of nectarian pastimes fall upon these newly grown grains, and it seems that the gopis are receiving beams of life from Krishna, exactly as grain receives life from rains. Text 110. Madhurya Bhagavata Sara Raje Kaila Parachara Tata Shuka Vyasara Nandana Stane Stane Bhagavate Varniyache Janaite Tahashuni Mate Bhaktagana. Translation. The Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna is full in all 6 opulences, including his attractive beauty, which engages him in conjugal love with the gopis. Such sweetness is the quintessence of his qualities. Shukadev Gosvāmī, the son of Vyasadeva, has described these pastimes of Krishna throughout Srimad Bhagavatam. Hearing the description, the devotees become mad with love of God. Text 111. Kahite Krishnera Rase Shloka Pade Prema Veshe Preme Sanātana Hat Dari Gopi Pagya Krishna Guna Yekarila Varnana Baba Shel Matur Nagari. Just as the women of Mathura ecstatically described the fortune of the gopis of Vrindavan and the transcendental quality of Sri Krishna, Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu described the different mellows of Krishna and became overwhelmed with ecstatic love. Grasping the hand of Sanātana Gosvāmī, he recited the following verse. Gopyas tapakim acharhanyad amusha rupam lavanya sharam asamordham ananya siddham drikpi pipantyanu savabina bam durapam ekanta dhamayasasha shriya aishvarasya. Translation. What austerities must the gopis have performed? With their eyes, they always drink the nectar of the form of Lord Krishna, which is the essence of loveliness and is not to be equaled or surpassed. That loveliness is the only abode of beauty, fame, and opulence. It is self-perfect, ever fresh, and unique. Purport. This verse from Srimad Bhagavatam, 10th canto, chapter 44, text 14, was spoken by the women of Mathura when they saw Krishna in the wrestling arena. Tarunyamrita paravara taranga lavanyashara tatese avarta bhavodgamha vamshidvani chakravarta nariramana trinapata taha dubaya nahaya ugama. The bodily beauty of Sri Krishna is like a wave in the ocean of eternal youth. And that great ocean is the whirlpool of the awakening of ecstatic love. The vibration of Krishna's flute is like a whirlwind, and the flickering minds of the gopis are like straws and dry leaves. After they fall down in the whirlwind, they never rise again, but remain eternally at the lotus feet of Krishna. Text 114. Saki he kon tapa kaila gopikana Krishna rupa samhaduri pibi nitrabari shlahya kare janmatanu mana. Translation. Oh, my dear friend, what severe austerities have the gopis performed to drink his transcendental beauty and sweetness through their eyes in complete fulfillment. Thus they glorify their births, bodies, and minds. Text 115. Ye madhurira urdvana nahiyara samana paravyome swaruparagane tenho sabba avatari paravyoma adhikari e madhurya nahi narane. The sweetness of Krishna's beauty enjoyed by the gopis is unparalleled. Nothing is equal to or greater than such ecstatic sweetness. Even the predominating deities of the Vaikuntha planets, the Narayanas, do not possess such sweetness. Indeed, none of the incarnations of Krishna up to Narayan possess such transcendental beauty. Text 116. Tate Sakshi Shri Rama Narayanara Prihatma Pativrata Ganera Upasya Tinhoye Madhurya Lobe Chari Sava Kama Boge Vratakari Karila Tapasya. Translation. The vivid evidence in this regard is that the dearest consort of Narayan, the goddess of fortune, who is worshipped by all chaste women, gave up everything in her desire to enjoy Krishna, being captivated by his unparalleled sweetness. Thus, she took a great vow and underwent severe austerities. Text 117. Seita Maruya Sara Anya Suri Nahitara Tino Madhuryari Gunakani Arasaba Prakashe Tanradatta Gunabashe Yahanyata Prakashe Kaya Jani. Translation. The quintessence of Krishna's sweet bodily luster is so perfect that there is no perfection above it. He is the immutable mind of all transcendental qualities. In his other manifestations and personal expansions, there is only a partial exhibition of such qualities. We understand all his personal expansions in this way. Text 118. Gopi bhava darapana navanava shane shana tara age Krishna madhurya donhe kare hudahudi bade mukha nahi muri navanava donhara prachurya. Both the gopis and Krishna are complete. The gopis' ecstatic love is like a mirror that becomes newer and newer at every moment and reflects Krishna's bodily luster and sweetness. Thus, competition increases. Since neither give up their pastime, become newer and newer, and both sides constantly increase. Text 119. Karma tapa yoga jnana viri bhakti chapa jnana iha haite madhurya durlabha kevalya ye ragamarge bhaje krishna anurage tare krishna madhurya sulabha. The transcendental mellows generated from the dealings between the gopis and Krishna cannot be tasted by means of fruitive activity, yogic austerities, speculative knowledge, regulative devotional service, mantra yoga, or meditation. This sweetness can be tasted only through the spontaneous love of liberated persons who chant the holy names with great ecstatic love. Text 120. Sehi rupa vraja shraya aishvarya madhurya maya divya guna gana ratnalaya Anara Vaibhava Satta Krishna Datta Bhagavata Krishna Sarva Sri Sarva Shraya. Such ecstatic transactions between Krishna and the gopis are possible only in Vrindavan, which is full of the opulences of transcendental love. The form of Krishna is the original source of all transcendental qualities. It is like a mine of gems. The opulences belonging to all the personal expansions of Krishna are to be understood to be bestowed by Krishna. Therefore, Krishna is the original source and shelter of everyone. Text 121. Shri Laja Daya Kirti Daya Vaishrati Mati Esaba Krishna Pratishtita Sushila Mridu Padanya Krishna Sama Nahi Anya Krishna Kare Jagatera Hita. Beauty, humility, mercy, merit, patience, and expert intelligence are all manifested in Krishna. But besides these, Krishna has other qualities like good behavior, mildness, and magnanimity. He also performs welfare activities for the whole world. All these qualities are not visible in expansions like Narayan. Purport. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur mentions that the qualities of beauty, humility, mercy, merit, patience, and expert intelligence are brilliant qualities, and when they are exhibited in the person of Narayan, one should know that they are bestowed upon Narayan by Krishna. Good behavior, mildness, and magnanimity are found only in Krishna. Only Krishna performs welfare activities for the whole world. Text 122. Krishna deke dhana chana kaila nimishe nindana Raje vidi ninde gopigana Se Sava Shloka Pare Mahāprabhu Artakari Suke Madhurya Kare Asvadana. After seeing Krishna, various people criticize the blinking of their eyes. In Vrindavan especially, all the gopis criticize Lord Brahma because of this defect in the eyes. Then Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu recited some verses from Srimad Bhagavatam and explained them vividly, thus enjoying the taste of transcendental sweetness with great happiness. Yasya nanam makara kundala charu karana brajat kapola subhagam savilasahasam nityo sabham nat tatripur drishibi bantyo naryo narascha mudita kupita nemescha. All men and women were accustomed to enjoying the beauty of the shining face of Lord Krishna, as well as his sharp-shaped earrings swinging on his ears. His beautiful features, his cheeks, his playful smiles, all combined to form a constant festival for the eyes. And the blinking of the eyes became obstacles that impeded one from seeing that beauty. For this reason, men and women became very angry at the Creator, Lord Brahma. Purport. This verse is Srimad Bhagavatam, 9th canto, 24th chapter, text 65. Text 124. Atatiyan bhavan ahani kananam Prutir yugayate tvam apasyatam Utila kuntalam srimukam chate Jara udiksatam lakshma kridrisham. O Krishna, when you go to the forest during the day and we do not see your sweet face, which is surrounded by beautiful curly hair, half a second becomes as long as an entire age for us. And we consider the Creator, who has put eyelids on the eyes we use for seeing you, to be simply a fool. Purport. This verse was spoken by the gopis in the Bhagavatam 10th canto, chapter 31, text 15. Text 125. Kama Gayatri Mantra Rupa Haya Krishna Swarupa Sharda Chabisha Akshara Tarahaya Se Akshara Chandrahaya Krishna Kari Udaya Tri Jagat Kaila Amaya. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is identical with the Vedic hymn known as the Kama Gayatri, which is composed of 24 and a half syllables. Those syllables are compared to moons that arise in Krishna. Thus, all three worlds are filled with desire. Text 126. Saki he Krishna Mukha Dvija Raja Raja Krishna Bapu Simhasani Vasi Raja Shasane Kare Sange Chandras Maja. The face of Krishna is the king of all moons, and the body of Krishna is the throne. Thus the king governs a society of moons. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. Krishna's face is considered the king of moons, and his body is considered the throne. All the other Chandras, moons, are considered to be subordinate moons. His left cheek is a moon, his right cheek is a moon, his forehead is considered half moon. The spot of sandalwood pulp on his forehead is considered a moon, and his fingernails and toenails are also different moons. Text 127, Dui Kanda, Suchi Kana, Dini Mani, Sudarpana, Se Dui, Purna Chandra Jani, Lalate Astami Indu, Tahate Chandana Bindu, Se Eka Purna Chandra Mani. Krishna has two cheeks that shine like glowing gems. Both are considered full moons. His forehead is considered a half moon, and the spot of sandalwood there is considered a full moon. Text 128. Karhanaka Chandarahata Vamsi Para Karenata Taragita Murhalira Tana Padanaka Chandragana Talekare Naratana Nupurera Dvani Yaragana. His fingernails are many full moons, and they dance on the flute in his hands. Their song is the melody of that flute. His toenails are also many full moons, and they dance on the ground. Their song is the jingling of his ankle bells. Text 129. Nache Makara Kundala Netra Lila Kamala Vilasi Raja Satata Nachaya Brudanu Netra Bana Danhurduna Duikana Narimana Laksha Mindetaya. Krishna's face is the enjoyer king. That full moon face makes his shark-shaped earrings and lotus eyes dance. His eyebrows are like bows, and his eyes are like arrows. His ears are fixed on the string of that bow. And when his eyes spread to his ears, he pierces the hearts of the gopis. Text 130. E Tandra Baranata Pasari Tandra Hata Vinimule Vilaya Nij Amrita Kahan Smita Jyotsnamrite Kanhare Adharamrite Sabaloka Kure Kare Apyayita. The dancing features of his face surpass all other full moons and expand the marketplace of full moons. Although priceless, the nectar of Krishna's face is distributed to everyone. Some purchase the moon rays of his sweet smiles, and others purchase the nectar of his lips. Thus, he pleases everyone. Text 131. Vipulaya Haruna Madana Madagurnana Mantri Yara Edui Nayana Lavanya Keli Sadana Jana Netra Rasayana Sukhamaya Govinda Vadana. Krishna has two reddish, widely spread eyes. These are ministers of the king, and they subdue the pride of Cupid, who has also beautiful eyes. That face of Govinda, which is full of happiness, is the home of the pastimes of beauty, and it is very pleasing to everyone's eyes. Text 132. Yanra punya punja pale se mukha darshana mile dui anki ki karibe pane viguna bade trishna loba pitte nare mana shobha duke kare videre nindane. If by devotional service one gets the results of pious activities and sees Lord Krishna's face, what can he relish with only two eyes? His greed and thirst increase twofold by seeing the nectarian face of Krishna. Due to his inability to sufficiently drink that nectar, he becomes very unhappy and criticizes the Creator for not having given more than two eyes. Text 133. Na deleka lakshkoti sabiti la anki duti tate dila nimisha atantana bidi jada tapodana rasa shunyataramana nahi jana yoga shrujana. When the onlooker of Krishna's face becomes dissatisfied in this way, he thinks, why didn't the Creator give me thousands and millions of eyes? Why has he given me only two? Even these two eyes are disturbed by blinking, which keeps me from continuously seeing Krishna's face. Thus, one accuses the Creator of being dry and tasteless due to engaging in severe austerities. The Creator is only a dry manufacturer. He does not know how to create and set things in their proper places. Text 134. Ye de kibe krishnanana tarakare dvinayana vidihanya hena avichara moryari boladare koti anki tarakare tabejani yoga shrishti tara. The Creator says, let those who will see Krishna's beautiful face have two eyes. Just see the lack of consideration exhibited by this person posing as a creator. If the Creator took my advice, he would give millions of eyes to the person who intends to see Sri Krishna's face. If the Creator will accept this advice, then I would say he is competent in his work. Text 135. Krishnanga madhurya sindhu samadura mukha indu ati madhusmita sukirane etini lagilamana lobekara asvadana shloka pade svahasta chalane. The transcendental form of Lord Sri Krishna is compared to an ocean. A particularly extraordinary vision is the moon above that ocean, Sri Krishna's face. And an even more extraordinary vision is his smile, which is sweeter than sweet and is like shining beams of moonlight. While speaking of these things with Sanātana Gosvāmī, Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu began to remember one thing after another. Moving his hands in ecstasy, he recited a verse. Madhuram madhuram brapur ashavibor madhuram madhuram badanam madhuram madhu gandhi mridu smitam metaraho madhuram 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 madhuram. Oh my Lord, the transcendental body of Krishna is very sweet, and his face is even sweeter than his body, but his soft smile, which has the fragrance of honey, is sweeter still. Purport. This verse is quoted from the Krishna Caritamrta 92 by Bilvamangal Thakur. Text 137. Sanātana Krishna Madhurya Amritara Sindhu Moramana sanipati sabapite karimati Rudaiva Vaidya Nadeya Eka Bindu. My dear Sanātana, the sweetness of Krishna's personality is just like an ocean of ambrosia. Although my mind is now afflicted by convulsive diseases and I wish to drink that entire ocean, the repressive physician does not allow me to drink even one drop. Purport. When there is a combination of kapha, pitta, and vayu, the three bodily elements, there occurs sanipatti, or convulsive disease. Lord Caitanya said, this disease of mine is caused by the personal features of Lord Krishna. The three elements are the beauty of Krishna's body, the beauty of his face, and the beauty of his smile. Stricken by these three beauties, my mind goes into convulsions. It wishes to drink the ocean of Krishna's beauty, but because I am undergoing convulsions, my physician, who is Sri Krishna himself, does not even allow me to take a drop of water from that ocean. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu was ecstatic in this way because he was presenting himself in the mood of the gopis. The gopis wanted to drink the ocean of sweetness arising from the bodily features of Krishna, but Krishna did not allow them to come near. Consequently, their desire to meet Krishna increased, and being unable to drink the ambrosia of Krishna's bodily features, they became very unhappy. Text 138. Krishnanga lavanya pura madhura haite samadura tateye mukha sudhakara madhura haite sumadura tahaite sumadura taraye smita jyotsnabara. Krishna's body is a city of attractive features, and it is sweeter than sweet. His face, which is like the moon, is sweeter still. And the supremely sweet, gentle smile on that moon-like face is like rays of moonshine. Purport. The smile on Krishna's face, which is just like the smiling of the moon, generates greater and greater and greater happiness for the gopis. Text 139, Madhurya haite sumadura taha haite sumadura taha haite ati sumadura apanara ekakane vyape sabatri bhuvane dasadik vyape yara pura. The beauty of Krishna's smile is the sweetest feature of all. His smile is like a full moon that spreads its rays throughout the three worlds, Goloka Vrindavan, the spiritual sky of the Vaikunthas, and Devi Dham, the material world. Thus, Krishna's shining beauty spreads in all 10 directions. Text 140. Smita Kirana Sukha Pure Aise adhara madhure, se madhu mata tribhuvane, vamshi chira akashe, taraguna shaba shabde paise, dvani rupe panya pariname. His slight smiling and fragrant illumination are compared to camphor, which enters the sweetness of his lips. That sweetness is transformed and enters into space as vibrations from the holes of his flute. Text 141. Svedvani charukedaya andabedi vaikunte yaya vale paise jagatera kane sabha mato vyalakari Balatkare anetari visheshata yuvatiragane. The sound of Krishna's flute spreads in the 4 directions. Even though Krishna vibrates his flute within this universe, its sound pierces the universal covering and goes to the spiritual sky. Thus, the vibration enters the ears of all inhabitants. It especially enters Goloka Vrindavan Dham and attracts the minds of the young damsels of Brajabhumi, bringing them forcibly to where Krishna is present. Text 142. Vani bada udhata pati ratara pange vrat pati kola haite tani ane vaikuntera lakmigane ye kare aksharane tara age kema gopigana. Translation. The vibration of Krishna's flute is very aggressive and it breaks the vows of all chaste women. Indeed, its vibration takes them forcibly from the laps of their husbands. The vibration of his flute attracts even the goddesses of fortune in the Vaikuntha planets, to say nothing of the poor damsels of Vrindavan. Text 143. Nivi kashaya pati age riha dharma karaya tyage baledari ane krishna stane lokadharma lajabaya savagyana luktahaya aiche nachaya sabha nari kane. The vibration of his flute slackens the knots of their underwear even in front of their husbands. Thus, the gopis are forced to abandon their household duties and come before Lord Krishna. In this way, all social etiquette, shame, and fear are vanquished. The vibration of his flute causes all women to dance. Kanhera bitara vasakare apane tanha sanaspure anya shabda nadeya praveshite anakantana shunekana ana balate bolaya ana e krishnara vamshara charite. The vibration of his flute is just like a bird that creates a nest within the ears of the gopis and always remains prominent there, not allowing any other sound to enter their ears. Indeed, the gopis cannot hear anything else, nor are they able to concentrate on anything else, not even to give a suitable reply. Such are the effects of the vibration of Lord Krishna's flute. Purport. The vibration of Krishna's flute is always prominent in the ears of the gopis. Naturally, they cannot hear anything else. Constant remembrance of the holy sound of Krishna's flute keeps them enlightened and enlivened, and they do not allow any other sound to enter their ears. Since their attention is fixed on Krishna's flute, they cannot divert their minds to any other subject. In other words, a devotee who has heard the sound of Krishna's flute forgets to talk or hear of any other subject. This vibration of Krishna's flute is represented by the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. A serious devotee of the Lord who chants and hears this transcendental vibration becomes so accustomed to it that he cannot divert his attention to any subject matter not related to Krishna's blissful characteristics and paraphernalia. Text 145. Punakahe Pahyajane Anakahite Kailun Ane Krishna Kripa Tomara Upare Morachita Brahmakari Nijaishvarya Madhuri Moramuke Shunaya Tomare. Translation. Resuming his external consciousness, Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu told Sanātana Gosvāmī, I have not spoken of what I intended. Lord Krishna is very merciful to you because by bewildering my mind, he has revealed his personal opulence and sweetness. He has caused you to hear all these things from me for your understanding. Purport. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu admitted that he was speaking like a madman, which he should not have done for the understanding of those who are externally situated. Statements about Krishna's body, his characteristics, and his flute appear like a madman's statements to a mundane person. It was actually a fact that Krishna wanted to reveal himself to Sanātana Gosvāmī due to his specific mercy upon him. Somehow or other, Krishna explained himself and his flute to Sanātana Gosvāmī through the mouth of Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu, who appeared as though mad. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu admitted that he wanted to tell Sanātana Gosvāmī something else, but somehow or other, in transcendental ecstasy, he spoke of a different subject matter. Text 146. Amita Paola Anakahite Anakahi Krishnara Madhuryamritas Shrote Vahi. Since I have become a madman, I am saying one thing instead of another. This is because I am being carried away by the waves of the nectarian ocean of Lord Krishna's transcendental sweetness. Text 147. Tave Mahāprabhu Saneka Monakari Rai Mane Ekakari Puna Sanātane Kahi. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu then remained silent for a moment, finally adjusting things within his mind. He again spoke to Sanātana Gosvāmī. Text 148. Krishnara Madhuri Ara Mahaprabhura Mukhe Ihaye Shune Se Base Prema Sukhe. If anyone gets an opportunity to hear about the sweetness of Krishna in this chapter of Sri Caitanya Caritamrta, he will certainly be eligible to float in the transcendentally blissful ocean of love of God. Shri Rupa Raghunatha Pade Yara Asa Chaitanya Charitamrita Kahe Krishna Dasa. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunath, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishna Das, narrate Sri Caitanya Charitamrita, following in their footsteps. Chapter 22. Madhya Lila, Chapter 22, the process of devotional service. In the 22nd chapter, Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu describes the process of devotional service. In the beginning, he describes the truth about the living entity and the super excellence of devotional service. He then describes the uselessness of mental speculation and mystic yoga. In all circumstances, the living entity is recommended to accept the path of devotional service as personally explained by Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu. The speculative method of so-called jnanis is considered a waste of time, and that is proved in this chapter. An intelligent person should abandon the process of karma-kanda, jnana-kanda, and mystic yoga. One should give up all these useless processes and take seriously to the path of Krishna consciousness. In this way, one's life will be successful. If one takes to Krishna consciousness fully, even though he may sometimes be agitated due to having previously practiced mental speculation and yogic mysticism, he will be saved by Lord Krishna himself. The fact is that devotional service is bestowed by the blessings of a pure devotee, Samahatma Sadurlabha. A pure devotee is the supreme transcendentalist, and one has to receive his mercy for one's dormant Krishna consciousness to be awakened. One has to associate with pure devotees. If one has firm faith in the words of a great soul, pure devotional service will awaken. In this chapter, Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu differentiates between a pure devotee and others. He also describes the characteristics of a pure devotee. A devotee's most formidable enemy is association with women in an enjoying spirit. Association with non-devotees is also condemned because it is also a formidable enemy on the path of devotional service. One has to fully surrender unto the lotus feet of Krishna and give up attraction for women and non-devotees. The 6 symptoms of fully surrendered souls are also described in this chapter. Devotional service has been divided into 2 categories: regulative devotional service and spontaneous love. There are 64 items listed in regulative devotional service, and out of these 64, the last 5 are considered very important. By practicing even one of the 9 processes of devotional service, one can become successful. Speculative knowledge and mystic yoga can never help one in devotional service. Pious activity, nonviolence, sense control, and regulation are not separate from devotional service in its pure form. If one engages in devotional service, all good qualities follow. One does not have to cultivate them separately. Spontaneous devotional service arises when one follows a pure devotee who is awakened to spontaneous love of God. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu describes the symptoms of devotees who are already situated in spontaneous love of God. He also describes the devotees who are trying to follow in the footsteps of the pure devotees. Text 1. Vande Shri Krishna Chaitanya Devam Tam Karunanavam Kalvapya Ati Gudheyam Bhaktirina Prakashita. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He is an ocean of transcendental mercy, and although the subject matter of Bhakti Yoga is very confidential, he has nonetheless manifested it so nicely, even in this age of Kali, age of quarrel. Text 2. Jai Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda Jai Advaita Chandra Jai Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Translation. All glories to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all glories to Nityananda Prabhu, all glories to Advaita Chandra, and all glories to all the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 3. Aita Kali Lun Sambandha Tatvara Vichara Veda Shastre Upadeshe Krishna Eka Sara. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, I have described one's relationship with Krishna in various ways. This is the subject matter of all Vedas. Krishna is the center of all activities. Text 4. Ebe kahi sunha avideya lakshana yaha haete pai Krishna Krishna premadana. Now I shall speak about the characteristics of devotional service by which one can attain the shelter of Krishna and his loving transcendental service. Krishna Bhakti Abhideya Sarva Shastra Kaya Adhaiva Muni Gana Karyache Nischaya. A human being's activities should be centered only on devotional service to Lord Krishna. That is the verdict of all Vedic literatures, and all saintly people have firmly concluded this. Shrutir Mata Prista Dishati Bhavan Arhadana Vidim Yata Matur Bani Smritir Api Tata Bhakti Bhakini Purana Yeva Sahaja Nivada Te Tadanuga Ata Satyam Gyatam Murahara Bhavan Eva Sharanam. When the mother Veda, Shruti, is questioned as to whom to worship, she says that you are the only Lord and worshipable object. Similarly, the corollaries of the Shruti Shastras, Smriti Shastras, give same instructions, just like sisters. The Puranas, which are like brothers, follow in the footsteps of their mother. O enemy of the demon Mura, the conclusion is that you are the only shelter. Now I have understood this in truth. Purport. This is a quotation from the Vedic literature, and it was spoken to the Lord by great sages. Text 7. Advaya Jnana Tattva Krishna Swayam Bhagavan Swarupa Shakti Rupe Tanra Haya Avastan. Krishna is the non-dual absolute truth, the supreme personality of Godhead. Although he is one, he maintains different personal expansions and energies for his pastimes. Purport. The Lord has many potencies, and he is not different from all these potencies. Because the potencies and the potent cannot be separated, they are identical. Krishna is described as the source of all potencies, and he is also identified with the external potency, the material energy. Krishna also has internal potencies or spiritual potencies, which are always engaged in his personal service. His internal potency is different from his external potency. Krishna's internal potency and Krishna himself, who is the potent, are always identical. Text 8. Svam sa vivinam sa rupe hana vistara Ananta Vaikuntha Brahmande Karina Vihara. Krishna expands himself in many forms. Some of them are personal expansions and some are separate expansions. Thus he performs pastimes in both the spiritual and the material worlds. The spiritual worlds are the Vaikuntha planets and the material universes are the Brahmandas, gigantic globes covered and governed by Lord Brahma. Text 9. Svamsa Vistara Chaturvyuha Avataragana Vibhinam Sajiva Tanra Sakite Ganana. Expansions of his personal self, like the quadruple manifestations of Shankar, Shan, Pradyumna, Aniruddha, and Vasudeva, descend as incarnations from Vaikuntha to this material world. The separated expansions are the living entities. Although they are expansions of Krishna, they are counted among his different potencies. Purport. The personal expansions are known as Vishnu Tattva, and the separated expansions are known as Jiva Tattva. Although the jivas, living entities, are part and parcel of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they are still counted among his multipotencies. This is fully described by Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita, 7th chapter, text 5. Aparayam itas panyam prakritim vime param jiva bhutam mahabaho ye idam dharate jagat. Besides this inferior nature, Almighty Armed Arjuna, there is another superior energy of mind, which comprises the living entities who are exploiting the resources of this material inferior nature. Although the living entities of Krishna are parts and parcels, they are Prakriti, not Purusha. Sometimes Prakriti, a living entity, attempts to imitate the activities of the Purusha. Due to a poor fund of knowledge, the living entities are conditioned in this material world, but claim to be God. They are thus illusion. A living entity cannot be on the level of Vishnu Tattva or the personality of Godhead at any stage. Therefore, it is ludicrous for a living entity to claim to be God. Advanced spiritualists would never accept such a thing. Such claims are made to cheat ordinary foolish people. The Krishna consciousness movement declares war against such bogus incarnations. The bogus propaganda put out by people claiming to be God has killed God consciousness all over the world. Members of the Krishna consciousness movement must be very alert to defy these rascals who are presently misleading the whole world. One such rascal, known as Pundraka, appeared before Lord Krishna, and the Lord immediately killed him. Of course, those who are Krishna's servants cannot kill such imitation gods, but they should try their best to defeat them through the evidence of Shastra, authentic knowledge, received through the disciplic succession. Text 10. Se bibinam sajiva duita prakara eka nitya mukta eka nitya samsara. The living entities, jivas, are divided into two categories. Some are eternally liberated and others are eternally conditioned. Text 11. Yitya mukta nitya Krishna charnane mukha Krishna parisada nama munje seva sukha. Those who are eternally liberated are always awake to Krishna consciousness, and they render transcendental loving service at the feet of Lord Krishna. They are considered to be eternal associates of Krishna, and they are eternally enjoying the transcendental bliss of serving Krishna. Nitya Banda Krishna Haite Nitya Bahir Mukha Nitya Samsara Bunje Narakari Dukkha. Apart from ever liberated devotees, there are conditioned souls who always turn away from the service of the Lord. They are perpetually conditioned in this material world and are subjected to the material tribulations brought about by different bodily forms and hellish conditions. Text 13. Se dorsi maya pisachi danda kare tare adyatmik karitapa trayatare jaramare. Due to his being opposed to Krishna consciousness, the conditioned soul is punished by the witch of the eternal energy Maya, external energy Maya. He is thus ready to suffer the threefold miseries brought about by the body and mind, the inimical behavior of other living entities, and the natural disturbances caused by the demigods.
पढ़ रहे हैं, पढ़ रहे, ठीक है। Caitanya Charitamrta, Madhya Lila, chapter 22, text 14 and 15. In this way, the conditioned soul becomes the servant of lusty desires. And when these are not fulfilled, he becomes the servant of anger and continues to be kicked by the external energy, Maya. Wandering and wandering throughout the universe, he may by chance get the association of a devotee physician, whose instructions and hymns are like the witch. Hymns make the witch of external energy flee. The conditioned soul thus gets into touch with devotional service to Lord Krishna. And in this way, he can approach nearer and nearer to the Lord. Purport: by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada ki jai. An explanation of verses 8 through 15 is given by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur in his Amrita Pravaha Bhasya. The Lord is spread throughout the creation in his quadruple expansions and incarnations. Krishna is fully represented with all potencies in each and every personal expansion. But the living entities, all the separated expansions, are also considered one of the Lord's energies. The living entities are divided into three categories: the eternally liberated and the eternally conditioned. Those who are ever liberated never come in contact with Maya, the external energy. The ever conditioned souls are always under the clutches of the external energy. This is described by Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita 7.14. Daivihi Esha Gunamayi Mama Maya Duratyaya. This divine energy of mind, consisting of three modes of material nature, is difficult to overcome. The Nitya Bhattas are always conditioned by the external energy, and the Nitya Muktas never come in contact with external energy. Sometimes an ever liberated person, personal associate of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, descends into this universe just as the Lord descends. Although working for the liberation of conditioned souls, the messenger of the Supreme Lord remains untouched by the material energy. Generally, ever liberated personalities live in the spiritual world as associates of Lord Krishna, and they are known as Krishna Parshad, associates of the Lord. Their only business is enjoying Lord Krishna's company, and even though such eternally liberated persons come within the material world to serve the Lord's purpose, they enjoy Lord Krishna's company without stoppage. The ever liberated persons who work on Krishna's behalf enjoy Lord Krishna's company through his engagement. The ever conditioned soul, provoked by lusty desires to enjoy the material world, is forced to transmigrate from one body to another. Sometimes he is elevated to higher planetary systems, and sometimes he is dragged to hellish planets and subjected to the tribulations of the external energy. Due to being conditioned by the external energy, the conditioned soul within this material world gets two kinds of bodies: a gross material body and a subtle material body composed of mind, intelligence, and ego. Due to the gross subtle bodies, he is subjected to the threefold miseries: Adhyatmika, Adibhautika, and Adidaivika. Miseries arising from the body and mind
other living entities, and natural disturbances caused by demigods from higher planetary systems. The conditioned soul, subjected to the threefold material miseries, is causelessly, ceaselessly kicked by Maya, and this is his disease. If by chance he meets a saintly person who works on Krishna's behalf to deliver conditioned souls, and if he agrees to abide by his model, he can gradually approach the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna. Text 16. O my Lord, there is no limit to the unwanted desires of orders of lusty desires. Although I have rendered these desires so much service, they have not shown me any mercy. I have not been ashamed to serve them, nor have I even desired to give them up. O my Lord, O head of the Yadu dynasty, recently, however, my intelligence has been awakened, and now I am giving them up. Due to transcendental intelligence, I now refuse to obey the unwanted orders of these desires. And I now come to you to surrender myself at your fearless lotus feet. Kindly engage me in your personal service and save me. Purport. This verse is quoted in Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu 3.2.35. When we chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, we are saying, Hare, O energy of the Lord. O my Lord Krishna. In this way, we are simply addressing the Lord and his spiritual potency, represented as Radha and Krishna, Sitaram or Lakshmi Narayana. The devotee always prays to the Lord and his internal energy consort, that he may engage in the transcendental loving service. When the conditioned soul attains his real spiritual energy and fully surrenders unto the Lord's lotus feet, he tries to engage in the Lord's service. This is the real constitutional position of the living entity. Text 17. Devotional service to Krishna is the chief function of the living entity. There are different methods of liberation of the conditioned soul. Karma, jnana, yoga, and bhakti. But all the other are dependent on bhakti. Text 18. Without devotional service, all other methods for spiritual self-realization are weak and insignificant. Unless one comes to the devotional service of Lord Krishna, jnana and yoga cannot give the desired results. In the Vedic scriptures, stress is sometimes given to fruitive activity, speculative knowledge, and the mystic yoga system. Although people are inclined to practice these processes, they cannot attain the desired result without being touched by Krishna Bhakti, devotional service. In other words, the real desired result is to invoke dormant love of Krishna. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.6 states, Savai pumsam paro dharmo yato bhaktir adhokshaje ahaituki apratiyata yayatma suprasidati. The supreme occupation, dharma, for all humanity is that by which men can attain the loving devotional service unto the transcendent Lord. Such devotional service must be unmotivated and uninterrupted to completely satisfy the self. Karma, jnana, and yoga cannot actually awaken love of Godhead. One has to take to the Lord's devotional service, and the more one is inclined to devotional service, the more he loses interest in other so called achievements. Dhruv Maharaj went to practice mystic yoga to see the Lord personally, face to face. But when he developed an interest in devotional service, he saw that he was not being benefited by karma, jnana, and yoga. Text 19. When pure knowledge is beyond all material affinity, but is not dedicated to the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna, it does not appear very beautiful, although it is knowledge without a material tinge. What then is the use of fruitive activities which are naturally painful from the beginning and transient by nature? If they're not utilized for devotional service of the Lord, how can they be very attractive? Purport. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 1.5.4. Even after writing many Vedic literatures, Vyasadeva felt very morose. Therefore, his spiritual master, Narada Dev, told him that he could be happy by writing about the activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Up to that time, Srila Vyasadeva had written the Karma Kanda and Jnana Kanda sections of the Vedas, but he had not written about Upasana Kanda or Bhakti. Thus, his spiritual master Narada chastised him and advised him to write about the activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, Vyasadeva began writing Srimad Bhagavatam. Text 20. Those who perform severe austerities and penances, those who give away all their possessions out of charity, those who are very famous for their auspicious activity, those who are engaged in meditation and mental speculation, and even those who are very expert in reciting the Vedic mantras are not able to obtain any auspicious results, although they are engaged in auspicious activities. If they do not dedicate their activities to the service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I therefore repeatedly offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose glories are always auspicious. This is also a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam, 2nd canto, 4th chapter, 17th verse. Text 21. Translation. Speculative knowledge alone without devotional service is not able to give liberation. On the other hand, even without knowledge, one can obtain liberation if one engages in the Lord's devotional service. Purport. One cannot attain liberation simply by speculative knowledge, even though one may be able to distinguish between Brahman and matter. One's liberation will be hampered if one is misled into thinking that the living entity is as good as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Indeed, one falls down again onto the material platform because considering oneself the Supreme Person, the Supreme Absolute Truth is offensive. When such a person comes in contact with the pure devotee, he can actually become liberated from material bondage and engage in the Lord's service. A prayer by Bilva Mangal Thakur is relevant here. Bhakti stavis sthiratara bhagavan yadi syat daivena na falati divya kishora murti mukta swayam muktanjali sevate asman dharmartha kama gataya sama pratikshaha. O my Lord, if one engages in your pure devotional service with determination, you become visible in your original transcendental youthful form as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As far as liberation is concerned, she stands before the devotee with folded hands, waiting to render service. Religion, economic development, and sense gratification are all automatically attained without separate endeavors. Krishna Karnamrita 107. Text 22. My dear Lord, devotional service unto you is the only auspicious path. If one gives it up, simply for speculative knowledge or the understanding that these living beings are spirit souls and the material world is false, he undergoes a great deal of trouble. He only gains troublesome and inauspicious activities. His endeavors are like beating a husk that is already devoid of rice. His labor becomes fruitless. This is a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 10:14:4. Text 23. This divine energy of mind, consisting of three notes of material nature, is difficult to overcome. But those who have surrendered unto me can easily cross beyond it. Purport. This is a quotation from Bhagavad Gita 7.14. The living entity is bound around the neck by the chain of Maya because he has forgotten that he is eternally a servant of Krishna. 25. If the conditioned soul engages in the service of the Lord and simultaneously carries out the orders of his spiritual master and serves him, he can get out of the clutches of Maya and become eligible for the shelter of Krishna's lotus feet. Purport. It is a fact that every living entity is eternally a servant of Krishna. This is forgotten due to the influence of Maya, which induces one to believe in material happiness. Being illusioned by Maya, one thinks that material happiness is the only desirable object. This material consciousness is like a chain around the neck of the conditioned soul. As long as he is bound to this conception, he cannot get out of Maya's clutches. However, if by Krishna's mercy he gets in touch with the bona fide spiritual master, abides by his order and serves him, engaging other conditioned souls in the Lord's service, he then attains liberation and Lord Sri Krishna's shelters. Text 26. The followers of the Varnashrama institution accept the regulative principles of the four social orders, Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra, and the four spiritual orders, Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, Sannyas. However, if one carries out the regulative principles of these orders but does not render transcendental service to Krishna, he falls into a hellish condition of material life. Purport. One may be a Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, or Shudra, or one may perfectly follow the spiritual principles of Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyas. But ultimately, one falls down into a hellish condition unless one becomes a devotee. Without developing one's dormant Krishna consciousness, one cannot be factually elevated. The regulative principles of Varnashrama Dharma in themselves are insufficient for attainment of the highest perfection. This is confirmed in the following two quotations from Srimad Bhagavatam 11:15 and 3. From the mouth of Brahma, the Brahmanical order came into existence. Similarly, from his arms, the Kshatriyas have come. From his waist, the Vaishyas have come. And from his legs, the Shudras have come. These four orders and their spiritual counterparts, Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyas, combine to make human society complete. 28. If one simply maintains an official position in the four Varnas and ashramas, but does not worship the Supreme Lord Vishnu, he falls down from his puffed up position into a hellish condition. 29. There are many philosophical speculators, jnanis, belonging to the Mayavada school who consider themselves liberated and call themselves Narayana. But their intelligence is not purified unless they engage in Krishna's devotional service. 30. O lotus-eyed one, those who think they are liberated in this life but do not render devotional service to you must be of impure intelligence. Although they accept severe austerities and penances and rise to the spiritual position, to impersonal Brahman realization, they fall down again because they neglect to worship your lotus feet. This purport, this verse is a quote from Srimad Bhagavatam 10:32. Text 31. Krishna is compared to sunshine and Maya is compared to darkness. Wherever there is sunshine, there cannot be darkness. As soon as one takes to Krishna consciousness, the darkness of illusion, the influence of the external energy will immediately vanish. Purport. In Srimad Bhagavatam 2.9.34 is stated, Rite ratham yat pratiyate na pratiyate chatmani yat vidyat atmano mayam yathabhyaso yathatamaha. What appears to be truth without me is certainly my illusory energy, for nothing can exist without me. It is like a reflection of a real light in the shadows, for in the light there is neither shadows nor reflections. Wherever there is light, there cannot be darkness. When the living entity becomes Krishna conscious, he is immediately relieved of all material lusty desires. Lusty desires and greed are associated with rajas, tamas, passion, and darkness. When one becomes Krishna conscious, the modes of passion and darkness immediately vanish, and then the mode of goodness, sattva guna, remains. When one is situated in the mode of goodness, he can make spiritual advancement and understand things clearly. This position is not possible for everyone. When a person is Krishna conscious, he continuously hears about Krishna, thinks about Krishna, worships him, and serves him as a devotee. If he remains in Krishna consciousness in this way, the darkness of Maya certainly will not be able to touch him. Text 32. The external illusory energy of Krishna, known as Maya, is always ashamed to stand in front of Krishna, just as darkness is ashamed to remain before the sunshine. However, that Maya bewilders unfortunate people who have no intelligence. Thus, they simply boast that this material energy is theirs, material world is theirs, and that they are its enjoyers. Purport. The entire world is bewildered because people are thinking, this is my land, America is mine, India is mine, not knowing the real value of life. People think that the material body and the land where it is produced are all in all. This is the basic principle behind nationalism, socialism, and communism. Such thinking, which simply bewilders the living being, is nothing but rascalism. It is due to the darkness of Maya. But as soon as one becomes Krishna conscious, he is immediately relieved from such misconceptions. This verse is quoted from Srimad Bhagavatam 2.5.13. There is also another appropriate verse in Srimad Bhagavatam 2.7.47. Shashvat prashantam abhayam pratibodha mantram shuddham samam sad asad paramatma tattvam shabdo na yatra puru karakavan kriyorthamai paraiti abhimukhacha vilajamana tadvai padam bhagavata paramasya pumso brahmeti yad vidur ajasra sukha vishokam. What is realized as the absolute Brahman is full of unlimited bliss without grief. That is certainly the ultimate phase of the supreme enjoyer, the personality of Godhead. He is eternally devoid of all disturbances, fearless, completely conscious as opposed to matter, uncontaminated and without distinctions. He is the principal primeval cause of all causes and effects, in whom there is no sacrifice for fruitive activities, and in whom the illusory energy does not stand. This verse was spoken by Lord Brahma when he was questioned by the great sage Narada. Narada was surprised to see the creator of the universe meditating. For this indicates that there might be someone greater than Lord Brahma. While answering the great sage Narada, Lord Brahma described the position of Maya and the bewildered living entities. This verse was spoken in that connection. Text 33. One is immediately freed from the clutches of Maya if he seriously and sincerely says, my dear Lord Krishna, although I have forgotten you for so many long years in the material world, today I am surrendering unto you. I am your sincere and serious servant. Please engage me in your service. Text 34. It is my vow that if one only once seriously surrenders unto me, saying, my dear Lord, from this day I am yours, and prays to me for courage, I shall immediately award courage to that person, and he will always remain safe from that time on. Purport. This verse is from Ramayana Yuddha Kanda 18.33, was spoken by Lord Ramachandra. 35. Due to bad association, the living entity desires material happiness, liberation, or merging into the impersonal aspect of the Lord. or he engages in mystic yoga for material power. If such a person actually becomes intelligent, he takes to Krishna consciousness by engaging himself in intense devotional service to Lord Sri Krishna. Text 36. Whether one desires everything or nothing, or whether he desires to merge into the existence of the Lord, he is intelligent only if he worships Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, by rendering transcendental loving service. Purport. This is a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 2.3.10. Text 37. If those who desire material enjoyment or merging into the eternal existence of the absolute truth engage in the Lord's transcendental service, they will immediately attain shelter at Krishna's lotus feet, although they did not ask for it. Krishna is therefore very merciful. Text 38. Krishna says, if one engages in my transcendental loving service, but at the same time wants the opulence of material enjoyment, he is very, very foolish. Indeed, he is just like a man who gives up ambrosia to drink poison. Text 39. Since I am very intelligent, why should I give this fool material prosperity? Instead, I shall induce him to take to the nectar of the shelter of my lotus feet and make him forget illusory material enjoyment. Purport. Those who are interested in material enjoyment are called bhuktikami. One who is interested in merging into the effulgence of Brahman or perfecting the mystic yoga system is not a devotee at all. The devotees do not have such desires. However, if a karmi, jnani, or yogi somehow contacts a devotee and renders transcendental service, Krishna immediately awards him love of God and gives him shelter at his lotus feet, although he may have no idea how to develop love of Krishna. If a person wants material profit from devotional service, Krishna condemns such materialistic desires. To desire material opulence while engaging in devotional service is foolish. Although the person may be foolish, Krishna, being all intelligent, engages him in his devotional service in such a way that he gradually forgets material opulence. The point is that we should not try to exchange loving service for material prosperity. If we are actually surrendered to the lotus feet of Krishna, our only desire should be to satisfy Krishna. That is pure Krishna consciousness. Surrender means that we do not demand something from the Lord, but that we completely depend on His mercy. If Krishna likes, he may keep his devotee in a poverty-stricken condition, or if he likes, he may keep him in an opulent position. The devotee should not be concerned in either case. He should simply be very serious about trying to satisfy the Lord by rendering him service. Text 40. Whenever Krishna is requested to fulfill one's desire, he undoubtedly does so, but he does not award anything which, after being enjoyed, will cause one to petition him again and again to fulfill further desires. When one has other desires but engages in the Lord's service, Krishna forcibly gives one shelter at his lotus feet, where one will forget all other desires. Purport. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 5:19-27. Text 41. When someone engages in Lord Krishna's devotional service for the satisfaction of the senses and instead acquires a taste for serving Krishna, he gives up his material desires and willingly offers himself as an eternal servant of Krishna. Text 42. When he was being blessed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Dhruva Maharaj said, "O my Lord, because I was seeking an opulent material position, I was performing severe types of penance and austerity. Now I have gotten you, who is very difficult for the great demigods, saintly persons, and kings to attain. I was searching after a piece of glass, but instead I have found a most valuable jewel. Therefore, I am so satisfied that I do not wish to ask for any benediction from you. Purport. This is a verse from the Hari Bhakti Shuddhodaya 7.28. 43. The conditioned souls are wandering throughout the different planets of the universe, entering various species of life. By good fortune, one of these souls may somehow or other be delivered from the ocean of nescience. Just as one of the many big logs in a flowing river may by chance reach the bank. Purport. There are unlimited conditioned souls who are bereft of Lord Krishna's service. Not knowing how to cross the ocean of nescience, they are scattered by the waves of time and tide. However, some are fortunate to contact devotees, and by this contact, they're delivered from the ocean of nescience. Just as a log floating down the river accidentally washes upon the bank. Text 44. Because I am so fallen, I shall never get a chance to see the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This was my false apprehension. Rather, by chance, a person as fallen as I may get to see the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Although one is being carried away by the waves of the river of time, one may eventually reach the shore. This verse is from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.38.5, was spoken by Akrura. Text 45. By good fortune, one becomes eligible to cross the ocean of nescience, and one's term of material existence decreases. One may get an opportunity to associate with pure devotees. By such associations, one's attraction to Krishna is awakened. Purport. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains this point. Is this bhagya, fortune, the result of an accident or something else? In the scriptures, devotional service and pious activity are considered fortunate. Pious activities can be divided into three categories. Pious activities that awaken one's dormant Krishna consciousness are called Bhakti Unmukhi Sukriti. Pious activities that bestow material opulence are called Bhogonmukhi Sukriti. And pious activities that enable the living entity to merge into the existence of the Supreme are called Mokshanmukhi Sukriti. These last two awards of pious activity are not actually fortunate. Pious activities are fortunate when they help one become Krishna conscious. The good fortune of Bhukti Unmukhi Sukriti is attained only when one comes in contact with the devotee. By associating with a devotee willingly or unwillingly, one advances in devotional service, and thus one's dormant Krishna consciousness is awakened. Text 46. O my Lord, O infallible Supreme Person, when a person wandering throughout the universe becomes eligible for liberation from material existence, he gets an opportunity to associate with devotees. When he associates with devotees, his attraction for you is awakened. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the highest goal of the topmost devotees of the universe, and the Lord of the universe. Purport. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.51.53. Text 47. Krishna is situated in everyone's heart as the Chaitya Guru, the spiritual master within. When he is kind to some fortunate conditioned soul, he personally gives him lessons so he can progress in devotional service, instructing the person as the super soul within and the spiritual master without. Text 48. O my Lord, transcendental poets and experts in devotion and spiritual science cannot fully express their indebtedness to you, even if they are endowed with prolonged life of Brahman, for you appear in two features, externally as the Acharya and internally as the Super Soul, to deliver the embodied living being by directing him how to come to you. Purport. This is a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 11.29.6. It was spoken by Uddhav after he had been instructed in yoga by Sri Krishna. Text 49. By associating with the devotee, one awakens his faith in love in devotional service to Krishna. Because of devotional service, one's dormant love for Krishna awakens, and thus one's material conditioned existence comes to an end. 50. Somehow or other, if one is attracted to talks about me and has faith in the instruction I have set forth in Bhagavad Gita, and if one is neither falsely detached from material things nor very much attached to material existence, his dormant love for me will be awakened by devotional service. Purport. This verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 11:28 was spoken by Krishna at the time of his departure from this material world. It was spoken to Uddhav. 51. Unless one is favored by a pure devotee, one cannot attain the platform of devotional service. To say nothing of Krishna Bhakti, one cannot even be relieved from the bondage of material existence. Purport. Pious activities bring about material opulence, but one cannot acquire devotional service by any amount of material pious activity, not by giving charity, opening big hospitals and schools, or working philanthropically. Devotional service can be attained only by the mercy of a pure devotee. Without a pure devotee's mercy, one cannot even escape the bondage of material existence. The word Mahat in this verse means a pure devotee. As Lord Krishna confirmed in Bhagavad Gita 9.13, Mahatmanastu mam partha daivim prakritim ashrita bhajanti ananya manaso gyatva bhutarin avyayam. O son of Pritha, those who are not deluded, the great souls, are under the protection of the divine nature. They are fully engaged in devotional service because they know me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, original and inexhaustible. One has to associate with such Mahatmas who has accepted Krishna as the supreme source of the entire creation. Without being a Mahatma, one cannot understand Krishna's absolute position. A Mahatma is rare and transcendental, and he is a pure devotee of Lord Krishna. Foolish people consider Krishna a human being, and they consider Lord Krishna's pure devotee an ordinary human being also. Whatever one may be, one must take shelter at the lotus feet of a devotee Mahatma and treat him as the most exalted well-wisher of all human society. We should take shelter of such a Mahatma and ask for his causeless mercy. Only by his benediction can one be relieved from attachment to the materialistic way of life. When one is thus relieved, he can engage in the Lord's transcendental loving service through the mercy of the Mahatma. "52. O King Rahugana, without taking upon one's head the dust from the lotus feet of a pure devotee, a Mahajan or Mahatma, one cannot attain devotional service. Devotional service is not possible to attain simply by undergoing severe austerities and penances, by gorgeously worshipping the deity, or by strictly following the rules and regulations of the sannyas or grihastha order. Nor is it attained by studying the Vedas, submerging oneself in water, or exposing oneself to fire or scorching light. Purport. This verse appears in Srimad Bhagavatam 5:12. Jada Bharat herein tells King Rahugana how to attain the Paramahamsa stage. Maharaj Raghugana, the king of the Sindhu Sauvira, had asked Jada Bharat how he had attained the Paramahamsa stage. The king had called him to carry his palanquin. But when the king heard from the Paramahamsa Jada Bharat about the supreme philosophy, he expressed surprise and asked Jada Bharat how he had attained such great liberation. At that time, Jada Bharat informed the king how to become detached from material attraction. 53. Unless human society accepts the dust of the lotus feet of the great Mahatmas, devotees who have nothing to do with material possessions, mankind cannot turn its attention to the lotus feet of Krishna. Those lotus feet vanquish all the unwanted, miserable conditions of material life. Purport. This verse appears in Srimad Bhagavatam 7.5.32. When the great sage Narada was giving instructions to Maharaj Yudhishthir, he narrated the activities of Prahlad Maharaj. This verse was spoken by Prahlad Maharaj to his father, Hiranyakashipu, the king of demons. Prahlad Maharaj had informed his father of the 9 basic processes of Bhakti Yoga, explaining that whoever takes to these processes is to be considered a highly learned scholar. Hiranyakashipu, however, did not like his son to talk about devotional service. Therefore, he immediately called Prahlad's teacher, Sandar. The teacher explained that he had not taught devotional service to Prahlad, but the boy was naturally inclined that way. At that time, Hiranyakashipu became very angry and asked Prahlad why he had become a Vaishnava. In answer to this question, Prahlad Maharaj recited this verse to the effect that one cannot become the Lord's devotee without receiving the mercy and blessings of another devotee. That's what we are reading. Caritamrta, Madhya, lila.
I know, I heard.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
I can do a few minutes, I think.
Sure. Yeah. So we are reading the translation from the books. No, Bengali.
Oh, sure. I cannot even do that.
Text 54. The verdict of all revealed scriptures is that by even a moment's association with the pure devotee, one can attain all success. According to astronomical calculations, a lila is 1/11 of a second. Text 55. The value of a moment's association with a devotee of the Lord cannot be compared even to the attainment of the heavenly planets or liberation from matter. And what to speak of worldly benedictions in the form of material prosperity, which is for those who are meant for death. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 1:18-13. This verse concerns the Vedic rites and sacrifices performed by the great sages of Naimisharanya, headed by Saunaka Rishi. The sages pointed out that association with a devotee for even less than a second is beyond comparison to 1,000 Vedic rituals and sacrifices, elevation to heavenly planets, or merging into the existence of the Supreme. Text 56. Krishna is so merciful that simply by aiming his instructions at Arjuna, he has given protection to the whole world. Text 57 for day. Because you are my very dear friend, I'm speaking to you my supreme instruction, the most confidential knowledge of all. Hear this from me, for it is for your benefit. Always think of me and become a devotee. Worship me and offer your homage unto me. Thus you will come to me without fail. I promise you this because you are my very dear friend. This is quotation from the Bhagavad Gita 1864-65. Text 59. Although Krishna previously explained the proficiency of executing Vedic rituals, performing fruitive activity as enjoined in the Vedas, practicing yoga, and cultivating jnana, these last instructions are most powerful and stand above all the others. Text 60. If the devotee has faith in a strand of this order, he worships Lord Krishna and gives up all other activities. Text 61. As long as one is not saturated by fruitive activity and has not awakened his taste for devotional service by Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu, one has to act according to the regulative principles of the Vedic injunctions. This is quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 11:29. Text 62.
Shraddha is confident, firm faith that by rendering transcendental level service to Krishna, one automatically performs all subsidiary activities. Such faith is favorable to the discharge of devotional service. Firm faith and confidence called Shraddha. When one engages in a Lord's devotional service, he is to be understood to have performed all his responsibilities in the material world. He has satisfied his forefathers, ordinary living entities, and demigods, and is free from all responsibility. Such a person does not need to meet his responsibilities separately. That is automatically done. Fruitive activity, karma, is meant to satisfy the senses of the conditioned soul. However, when one awakens to Krishna consciousness, he does not have to work separately for pious activity. The best achievement of all fruitive activity is detachment from material life. And this attachment is spontaneously enjoyed by the devotee firmly engaged in the Lord's service. Text 63. By putting water on the root of a tree, one automatically satisfies the trunk, branches, and twigs. Similarly, by supplying food to the stomach, where it nourishes the live air, one satisfies all the senses. In the same way, by worshipping Krishna and rendering him service, one automatically satisfies all the demigods. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 4:31-14. Text 64. A faithful devotee is a true eligible candidate for the long service of the Lord. According to one's fate, one is classified as a topmost devotee, an intermediate devotee, or an inferior devotee. The word Shraddha, faithful, means understanding Krishna to be the Sama Bonu, the eternal truth and absolute transcendence. If one has full faith in Krishna and confidence in him, one becomes eligible to discharge devotional service confidentially. According to one's faith, one is a topmost, intermediate, or inferior devotee. Text 65. One who is expert in logic, argument, and the revealed scriptures, and who has firm faith in Krishna is classified as a topmost devotee. He can deliver the whole world. Text 66. One who is expert in logic and in understanding the revealed scriptures, and who always has firm conviction and deep faith that is not blind, is to be considered a topmost devotee in devotional service. This verse appears in the Bhagavad Rasamrita Sidhu 1-17 of Srila Gosvāmī. Text 67. One who is not very expert in argument and logic based on our revealed scriptures, but who has firm faith is considered a second-class devotee. He also must be considered most fortunate. Text 68. He who does not know scriptural argument very well, but who has firm faith is called an intermediate or second-class devotee. This verse appears in Bhagavad Gita 1-18. Text 68. One whose faith is soft and pliable is called a neophyte, but by gradually following the process, he will rise to the platform of first-class devotee. Text 70. One whose faith is not very strong, who is just beginning, should be considered a neophyte devotee. This verse also appears in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1-19. Text 71. A devotee is considered superlative or superior according to his attachment and love. In the 11th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, the following symptoms have been given. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur has stated that if one had developed faith in Krishna consciousness, he is to be considered an eligible candidate for further advancement in Krishna consciousness. Those who have faith are divided into three categories: Uttama, Madhyama, and Kanishta. First class, second class, and neophyte. A first class devotee has firm conviction in revealed scriptures and is expert in arguing according to the scriptures. He is firmly convinced of the science of Krishna consciousness. The Madhyama Adhikari, or second class devotee, has firm conviction in Krishna consciousness, but he cannot support his conviction by citing shastric references. The neophyte devotee does not yet have firm faith, and this way the devotees are taught. The standard of devotion is also categorized in the same way. A neophyte believes that only love of Krishna or Krishna consciousness is very good, but he may not know the basis of pure Krishna consciousness or how one can become a perfect devotee. Sometimes in the heart of a neophyte, there is attraction for karma, jnana, or yoga. When he is free and transcendental to mix devotional activity, he becomes a second-class devotee. When he becomes expert in logic and can refer to the Shastras, he becomes a first-class devotee. The devotees are also described as positive, comparative, and superlative in terms of their love and attachment for Krishna. It should be understood that a Madhyana Adhikari, a second-class devotee, is fully convinced of Krishna consciousness, but cannot support his convictions with shastric reference. A neophyte may fall down by association with non-devotees because he is not firmly convinced and strongly situated. The second-class devotee, even though he cannot support his position with shastric reference, can gradually become a first-class devotee by studying the shastras and association with the first-class devotee. However, if the second-class devotee does not advance himself by association with the first-class devotee, he makes no progress. There is no possibility that the first-class devotee will fall down, even though he may mix with non-devotees to preach. Conviction and faith gradually increase to make one an Uttamadhikari a first-class devotee. Text 72. A person advanced in a devotional services sees within everything the soul of souls, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. Consequently, he always sees the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as the cause of all causes and understands that all things are situated in him. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 11:245. Text 73. An intermediate second-class devotee shows love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is friendly to all devotees, and is very merciful to neophytes and ignorant people. The intermediate devotee neglects those who are envious of devotional service. This is also a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 11:246. This statement was made by the great sage Narada while he was speaking to Vasudeva about devotional service. This subject was originally discussed between Nimi, the king of Videha, and the 9 Yogendras. Text 74. A Prakrita Bhakta, or materialistic devotee, does not purposefully study the Shastras and try to understand the actual standard for pure devotional service. Consequently, he does not show proper respect to advanced devotees. He may, however, follow the regulative principles, learn from his spiritual master or from his family who worships the deity. He is to be considered on the material platform, although he is trying to advance in devotional service. Such a person is a Bhakta Praya, nephew devotee, or Bhakta Bhausha, for his letter enlightened by a Vaishnava philosophy. This verse is also from Srimad Bhagavatam 11:247. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that the one who has full love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead and who maintains a good friendship with the Lord's devotees is also called out to those who envy Krishna and Krishna's devotees. Such a person is to be considered an intermediate devotee. He becomes a first-class devotee when, in course of advancing in devotional service, he feels an intimate relationship with all living entities, seeing them as part and parcel of the Supreme Person. Text 75. A Vaishnava is the one who has developed all good transcendental qualities. All the good qualities of Krishna gradually develop in Krishna devotee. Text 76. In one who has unflinching devotional faith in Krishna, all the good qualities of Krishna and the demigods are constantly manifest. However, he who has no devotion to the Supreme Personality of Godhead has no good qualifications because he is engaged by mental concoction in material existence, which is the external future of the Lord. This was spoken by Prahlada Raja and his followers, who were offering prayers to Sri Narasimhadeva, Srimad Bhagavatam 5:18-12. Text 77. All the transcendental qualities are the characteristics of pure Vaishnavas, and they cannot be fully explained, but I shall try to find out some of the important qualities. Text 78-80. Devotees are always merciful, humble, truthful, equal to all, faultless, magnanimous, mild and clean. They are without material possessions. They are perform welfare work for everyone. They are peaceful, surrendered to Krishna and desireless. They are indifferent to material questions and are fixed in devotional service. They completely control the 6 bad qualities: lust, anger, greed, and so forth. They eat only as much as required, and they are not inebriated. They are respectful, grave, compassionate, and without false prestige. They are friendly, poetic, expert, and silent. Text 81. Devotees are always tolerant, forbearing, and very merciful. They are the well-wishers of every living entity. They follow the scripture injunctions, and because they have no enemies, they are very peaceful. These are the decorations of devotees. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 3:25-21. When the sages headed by Sanātana inquired about Kapiladeva, the incarnation of Godhead, Sutta Gosvāmī, who was the topmost devotee of the Lord, quoted talks about self-realization between Vidura and Maitreya, a friend of Vasudevas. During these talks, the topic of Lord Kapila had come up, and at the time, Maitreya had repeated Kapiladeva's discussions with his mother, wherein the Lord states that attachment to material things is the cause of conditioned life. When a person becomes attached to transcendental things, he's on a path of liberation.
Right? You till 6 o'clock? Yeah. Text 82, translation. It is the verdict of all Shastras and great personalities that service to the poor devotee is true path of liberation. By contrast, association with materialistic people who are attached to material enjoyment and women is the path of darkness. Those who are actually devotees are broad-minded, equal to everyone, and very peaceful. They never become angry, and they're friendly to all living entities. Purport. This verse is from Srimad Bhagavatam 5.5.2, text 83, translation. The root cause of devotional service to Lord Krishna is association with advanced devotees. Even when one's dormant love for Krishna awakens, association with devotees is still most essential. Text 84, translation. O my lords, O infallible Supreme Person, when a person wandering throughout the universe becomes eligible for liberation from material existence, he gets an opportunity to associate with devotees. When he associates with devotees, his attraction for you is awakened. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the highest goal of the topmost devotees, and the Lord of the universe. Purport. This is quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 10:51-53. Text 82, translation. O devotees, O you who are free from all sins, let me inquire from you about that which is supremely auspicious for all living entities. Association with the poor devotee for even half a moment in this material world is the greatest treasure for human society. Purport. This is quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 11:2-30. Text 82. Translation. The spiritually powerful message of Godhead can be properly discussed only in a society of devotees, and it is greatly pleasing to hear in that association. If one hears from devotee, the way of transcendental experience quickly opens, and gradually one attains firm faith that in due course develops into attraction and devotion. Purports. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 3:25-25. For an explanation, see lila 160. Text 87, translation. A Vaishnava should always avoid the association of ordinary people. Common people are very much materially attached, especially to women. Vaishnavas should also avoid the company of those who are not devotees of Lord Krishna. Texts 88-90, translation. By association with worldly people, one becomes devoid of truthfulness, cleanliness, mercy, gravity, spiritual intelligence, shyness, austerity, fame, forgiveness, control of the mind, control of the senses, future, and all opportunities. One should not at any time associate with a coarse fool who is bereft of the knowledge of self-realization and who is no more than a toy animal in the hands of a woman. The illusion and bondage that accrue to a man from attachment to any other object are not as complete as that resulting from association with a woman or with men too much attached to woman. Purports. The verses quoted from Srimad Bhagavatam 3:31-33-35 were spoken by Kapila Deva in incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead to his mother. Herein, Kapila Deva discusses pious pious and impious activities, and the symptoms of those who are devoid of devotional service to Krishna. Generally, people do not know about the miserable conditions within the womb of a mother in any species of life. Due to bad association, one gradually falls into lower species. Association with women is greatly stressed in these regards. When one becomes attached to women or those who are attached to women, one falls down into lower species. Pursura prakriti sthoti punkte praktiyan ganam karanam guna sangosya sadasatyam niyan maso. The living entity in material nature thus follows the ways of life, enjoying the three modes of nature. This is due to his association with that material nature. Thus, he meets with good and evil among various species. Bhagavad Gita 13:22. According to Vedic civilization, one's association with women should be very much restricted. In special life, there are 4 ashrams: Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyasa. The Brahmachari, Vanaprastha, and Sannyasi are completely forbidden to associate with women. Only Grihasthas are allowed to associate with women under certain very much restricted conditions. That is, one associates with women to propagate nice children. Other reasons for associations are condemned. Text 91. Translation. It is better to accept the miseries of being encaged within bars and surrounded by burning flames than to associate with those bereft of Krishna consciousness. Such association is very great hardship. Purport. This is quotation from Caitanya Samhita. Text 92, translation. One should not even see those who are bereft of devotional service and Krishna consciousness, and who are therefore devoid of pious activities. Text 93, translation. Without hesitation, one should take exclusive shelter of Lord Krishna with full confidence, giving up bad association and even neglecting the regulative principles of the 4 varnas and 4 ashrams. That is to say, one should abandon all material attachment. Text 94, translation. After giving up all kinds of religious and occupational duties, if you come to me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and take shelter, I shall give you protection from all of life's sinful reactions. Do not worry. Purport. This is a quotation from the Bhagavad Gita 1866, spoken by Lord Krishna. For an explanation, refer to Madhya Lila 863. Text 95, translation. Lord Krishna is very kind to his devotees. He is always very grateful and magnanimous. He possesses all abilities. A learned man does not give up Krishna to worship anyone else. Purport. An intelligent person gives up the company of those who are attached to women and bereft of Krishna consciousness. One should be free from all kinds of material attachments and should take full shelter under the lotus feet of Krishna. Krishna is very kind to his devotees. He is always grateful, and he never forgets the service of a devotee. He is also completely opulent and all-powerful.
Why then should one take shelter of a demigod and leave Lord Krishna's shelter? If one worships a demigod and leaves Krishna, he must be considered the lowest fool. Text 96, translation. My dear lords, you're very affectionate to your devotees. You're also truthful and grateful friends. There is that learned man who would give you up and surrender to someone else. You fulfill all the desires of your devotees, so much so that sometimes you even give yourself to them. Still, you neither increase nor decrease by such activity or words. This is verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 10:48-26. Text 97, translation. Whenever an experienced person develops real knowledge of Krishna and his transcendental qualities, he naturally gives up all other engagements and renders service to the Lord. Uddhava gives evidence concerning this. Text 98, translation. Oh, how wonderful it is! Putana, the sister of Bakasura, wanted to kill Krishna, but smearing the deadly poison on her breasts and having Krishna take it. Nonetheless, Lord Krishna accepted her as his mother, and thus she attained the destination befitting Krishna's mother. Of whom should I take shelter but Krishna, who is most merciful? Purport. This is quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 3:2-23, text 99, translation. There are two kinds of devotees: those who are fully satiated and free from all material desires, and those who are fully surrendered to the lotus feet of the Krishna, of the Lord. Their qualities are one and the same, but those who are fully surrendered to Krishna's lotus feet are qualified with another transcendental quality, Atma Samarpanam, full surrender without reservation. Text 100, translation. The six divisions of surrender are the acceptance of those things favorable to devotional service, the rejection of unfavorable things, the conviction that Krishna will give protection, the acceptance of the Lord as one's guardian or master, full self-surrender, and humility. Purports. One who is fully surrendered is qualified with 6 following characteristics. First, the devotee has to accept everything that is favorable for the rendering or transcendental loving service to the Lord. Second, he must reject everything unfavorable to the Lord's service. This is also called renunciation. Third, a devotee must be firmly convinced that Krishna will give him protection. No one else can actually give one protection, and being firmly convinced of this is called faith. This kind of faith is different from the faith of an impersonalist who wants to merge into the Brahman effulgence in order to benefit by cessation of repeated birth and death. A devotee wants to remain always in the Lord's service. In this way, Krishna is merciful to his devotees and gives him all protection from the danger found on the path of devotional service. Fourth, the devotee should accept Krishna as his supreme maintainer and master. He should not think that he is being protected by a demigod. He should depend only on Krishna, considering him the only protector. The devotee must be firmly convinced that within the three worlds, he has no protector or maintainer other than Krishna. Self-surrender means remembering that one's activities and desires are not independent. The devotee is completely dependent on Krishna. and he acts and thinks as Krishna desires. 6. The devotee is meek and humble. Lord Krishna states in the Bhagavad Gita 15:15, Sarvasya charankriti sanivisto matashrinirjnanam apohanam cha vedaischa sarva aham eva vidyo vedanta krit vedavids eva chanham. I'm seated in everyone's hearts, and from me come remembrance, knowledge, and forgetfulness. By all the Vedas, I am to be known. Indeed, I am the compiler of Vedanta, and I am the knower of the Vedas. Situated in everyone's heart, Krishna deals differently according to the living entity position. The living entity position is to be under the protection of the illusory energy or under Krishna's personal protection. When a living entity is fully surrendered, he is under the direct protection of Krishna. And Krishna gives him all intelligence by which he can advance in spiritual realization. The non-devotee, however, being under the protection of the illusory energy, increasingly forgets his relationship with Krishna. Sometimes it is asked how Krishna causes one to forget. Krishna personally causes his devotee to forget material activities, and through the agency of Maya, Krishna causes the non-devotee to forget his devotional service to the Lord. This is called apahana. Text 101 translation. One whose body is fully surrendered takes shelter at the holy place where Krishna had his pastimes, and he prays to the Lord, "My Lord, I'm yours." Understanding this with his mind, he enjoys spiritual bliss. Purport. The last two verses appear in the Hari Bhakti Vilasa 11:417 through 18. Text 102 translation. When a devotee thus fully surrenders unto Krishna's lotus feet, Krishna accepts him as one of his confidential associates. Text 103 translation. The living entity who is subjected to birth and death attains immortality when he gives up all material activities, dedicates his life to the execution of my order, and acts according to my directions. In this way, he becomes fit to enjoy the spiritual bliss derived from exchanging loving mellows with me. Purport. This is quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 11:29-34. Krishna was advising his most confidential servants, Uddhava, about Sambandha, Videya, and Priyojana. Those concern one's relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the activities of that relationship, as well as the perfection of life. The Lord also described the characteristics of confidential devotees. Text 104, translation. My dear Sanātana, please now hear about the regulative principles for the execution of devotional service. By this process, one can attain the highest perfection of love of Godhead, which is the most desirable treasure. Text 105, translation. When transcendental devotional service by which love for Krishna is attained is executed by the senses, it is called sadhana bhakti, or the regulative discharge of devotional service. Such devotion externally exists within the heart of every living entity. The awakening of this eternal devotion is the potentiality of devotional service in practice. Purport. This verse is found in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 122. Because living entities are minutes, atomic parts, and parcels of the Lord, devotional service is already present within them in a dormant condition. Devotional service begins with Shravanam Kirtanam, hearing and chanting. When a man is sleeping, he can be awakened by sound vibration. Therefore, every conditioned soul should be given the chance to hear the Hare Krishna mantra chanted by a pure Vaishnava. One who hears the Hare Krishna mantra thus vibrated is awakened to spiritual consciousness or Krishna consciousness. In this way, one's mind gradually becomes purified. As stated by Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu, Chidodarpana Marjanam, when the mind is purified, the senses are also purified. Instead of using the senses for sense gratification, the awakened devotee employs the senses in the transcendental loving service of Lords. This is the process by which dormant love for Krishna is awakened. Text 106, translation. The spiritual activities or hearing, chanting, remembering, and so forth are the natural characteristics of devotional service. The marginal characteristics is that it awakens pure love for Krishna. Text 107, translation. Pure love for Krishna is eternally established in the hearts of the living entities. It is not something to be gained from another source. When the heart is purified by hearing and chanting, this love naturally awakens. Text 108, translation. There are two processes of practical devotional service. One is regulative devotional service, and the other is spontaneous devotional service. Text 109, translation. Those who have not attained the platform of spontaneous attachment in devotional service render devotional service under the guidance of a bona fide spiritual master according to the regulative principles mentioned in the revealed scriptures. According to the revealed scriptures, this kind of devotional service is called Vaidhi Bhakti, purport. In this beginning, one has to hear from bona fide spiritual master. This is favorable for advancing in devotional service. According to this process, one hears, chants, remembers, and engages in deity worship, acting under the directions of the spiritual master. Those are the essential primary activities of devotional service. Devotional service must not be executed from some material purpose. One should not even have a desire to merge into absolute truth. And one has to render such service out of love only. Ahaitukiya pratyahata. Devotional service must be without ulterior motives. The material conditions cannot check it. Gradually, one can rise to the platform of spontaneous loving service. A child is sent to school by force to receive an education, but when he gets a little taste of education at an advanced age, he automatically participates and becomes a learned scholar. One cannot force a person to become a scholar, but sometimes force is used in the beginning. A child is forced to go to school and read and write according to the instructions of his teachers. Such is the difference between Vaidhi Bhakti and spontaneous Bhakti. Dormant love for Krishna exists in everyone's hearts, and it simply has to be awakened by the regulative process of devotional service. One has to learn to use typewriter by following the regulative principles of the typing book. One has to place his fingers on the key in such a way and practice, but when one becomes adept, he can type swiftly and correctly without even looking at the keys. Similarly, one has to follow the rules and regulations of devotional service as they are set down by the spiritual master. Then one can come to the point of spontaneous loving service. This love is already there within the heart of everyone. Nitya Siddha Krishna Prema. Spontaneous service is not artificial. One simply has to come to the platform by rendering devotional service according to the regulative principles. Thus, one has to practice hearing and chanting and follow the other regulative principles by washing the temple, cleansing oneself, rising early in the morning, attending Mangalarati, and so on. If one does not come to the platform of spontaneous service in the beginning, he must adopt regulative service according to the instructions of the spiritual master. This regulative service is called Vaidya Bhakti. Text 110, translation. O descendant of Bharata, O Maharaja Parikshit, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is situated in everyone's hearts as Paramatma, who is the Supreme Controller and who always removes the miseries of the living entities, must always be heard about from reliable sources, and he must be glorified and remembered by one who wishes to become fearless. Purport. This is quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 2.1.5. It is one's duty to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead through the hearing process. This is called Sravataya. If one has heard properly about the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his duty is to glorify the Lord and preach his glories. This is called Kirtitavya. When one hears about the Lord and glorifies him, it is natural to think of him. This is called Smartvaya. All this must be carried out of one actually wants to be immune from fear. Text 111, translation. From the mouth of Brahma, the Brahmanical order has come into existence. Similarly, from his arms, the Kshatriyas have come, from his waist, the Vaishyas have come, and from his legs, and Shudras have come. Those four orders and their spiritual counterparts, Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyasa, combine to make human society complete. Purports. This verse and the next are quotations from Srimad Bhagavatam 11.5-3. Text 112, translation. If one simply maintains an official position in the four varnas and ashramas, but does not worship the Supreme Lord Vishnu, he falls down from his puffed up position into a hellish condition.
Я просто не хочу, чтобы меня разбили.
Text 113. Translation. Text 113 translation. Krishna is the origin of Lord Vishnu. He should always be remembered and never forgotten at any time. All the rules and prohibitions mentioned in the Shastra should be the servants of those two principles. Purport. This verse is quotation from the Padma Purana. There are many regulative principles in the Shastras and directions given by the spiritual master. Those regulative principles should act as servants of the basis principle. That is, one should always remember Krishna and never forget him. This is possible when one chants the Hare Krishna mantra. Therefore, one must strictly chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra 24 hours daily. One may have other duties to perform under the direction of the spiritual master, but he must first abide by the spiritual master's order to chant a certain number of rounds. In our Krishna consciousness movements, we have recommended that the neophyte chants at least 16 rounds. This chanting of 16 rounds is absolutely necessary if one wants to remember Krishna and not forget him. All of the regulative principles, the spiritual master's order to chant at least 16 rounds is most essential. One may seek books or enlist life members or render some other service, but those duties are not ordinary duties. Those duties serve as an impetus for remembering Krishna. When one goes with Sankirtana party or sells books, he naturally remembers that he is going to sell Krishna's books. In this way, he is remembering Krishna. When one goes to enlist a life member, he talks about Krishna and thereby remembers him. Smartavyam satatam Vishnor Vismartavatyana Jatusit. The conscious is that one must act in such way that he will always remember Krishna and one must refrain from doing things that make him forge Krishna. Those two principles form the basic background of Krishna consciousness. Text 114 translation. I shall say something about the various practices of devotional service, which is expanded in so many ways. I wish to speak briefly of the essential practices. Text 115 translation. One of the path of regulative devotional service, one must observe the following items. 1. One must accept the bona fide spiritual master. 2. One must accept initiation from him. 3. One must serve him. 4. One must receive instructions from the spiritual master and make inquiries in order to learn devotional service. 5. One must follow in footsteps of the previous acharyas and follow the directions given by the spiritual master. Text 116 translation. The next steps are as follows. 6. One should be prepared to give up everything for Krishna's satisfaction, and one should also accept everything for Krishna's satisfaction. 7. One must live in a place where Krishna is present, a city like Vrindavana or Mathura or Krishna temple. 8. One should acquire a livelihood that is just sufficient to keep body and soul together. 9. One must fast on Ekadashi day. Text 117 translation. 10. One should worship Dhartri trees, banyan trees, cows, brahmanas, and devotees of Lord Krishna. 11. One should avoid offenses against devotional service and the holy name. Purport. There are 10 items in the beginning of devotional service up to the point of worshipping the Dhartri trees, banyan trees, cows, brahmanas, and devotees of Lord Krishna. The 11th item is to avoid offenses when rendering devotional service and chanting the holy names. Text 118 translation. The 12th item is to give up the company of non-devotees. 13. One should not accept an unlimited number of disciples. 14. One should not partially study many scriptures just to be able to give references and expand explanations. Purport. Accepting an unlimited number of devotees or disciples is very risky for one who is not a preacher. According to Srila Jiva Gosvāmī, a preacher has to accept many disciples to expand the cult of Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu. This is risky because when a spiritual master accepts a disciple, he naturally accepts the disciple's sinful activities and their reactions. Unless he is very powerful, he cannot assimilate all the sinful reactions of his disciples, and he has to suffer these consequences. Therefore, one is generally forbidden to accept many disciples. One should not partially study a book just to pose oneself as a great scholar by being able to refer to scriptures. In our Krishna consciousness movement, we have therefore limited our study of the Vedic literature to the Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Caitanya Caritamrta, and Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. Those 4 books are sufficient for preaching purposes. They are adequate for the understanding of the philosophy and spreading of missionary activities all over the world. If one studies a particular book, he must do so thoroughly. That is the principle. By thoroughly studying a limited number of books, one can understand their philosophy. Text 119 translation. 15. The devotee should treat lost and gain equally. 16. The devotee should not be overwhelmed by lamentation. 17. The devotee should not worship demigods, nor should he disrespect them. Similarly, the devotee should not study or criticize other scriptures. Text 120, translation. 18. The devotee should not hear Lord Vishnu or his devotees blasphemed. The devotee should avoid reading or hearing newspapers or mundane books that contain stories of love affair between men and women or subjects palatable to the senses. Neither by mind nor words should the devotee cause anxiety to any living entity, regardless how insignificant he may be. Purport. The first 10 items are do's, and the second 10 items are don'ts. Thus, the first 10 items give direct action, and the second 10 items give indirect action. Text 121, translation. After one is established in devotional service, the positive actions are: first, hearing; second, chanting; third, remembering; fourth, worshiping; 5, praying; 6, serving; 7, accepting servitorship; 8, becoming friends; and 9, surrendering fully. Text 122, translation. One should also 10, dance before the deity; 11, sing before the deity; 12, open one's mind to the deity; 13, offer obeisances to the deity; 14, stand up before the deity and the spiritual master just to show them respect; 15, follow the deity or the spiritual master; and 16, visit different places of pilgrimage or go see the deity in the temple. Text 123, translation. One should 17, circumambulate the temple; 18, recite various prayers; 19, chant softly; 20, chant congregationally; 21, smell the incense and flower garlands offered to the deity; and 22, eat the remembrance of food offered to the deity. Text 124, translation. One should 23rd, attend arati and festivals; 24th, see the deity; 25th, present what is very dear to oneself to the deity; 26th, meditate on the deity; and 27th, through 30th, serve those related to the Lord. Text 125. Tadiya means the Tulasi leaves. The devotee of Krishna, the birthplace of Krishna Madhya, and the Vedic literature of Srimad Bhagavatam. Krishna is very eager to see his devotees serve Tulasi, Vaishnavas, Madhya, and Bhagavatam. Purport. After item 26, meditation, and 27 is to serve Tulasi, the 28th is to serve the Vaishnavas, the 29th is to live in Mathura, the birthplace of Lord Krishna, and the 30th is to read Srimad Bhagavatam regularly. Text 126, translation. 31st, one should perform all endeavors for Krishna. 32, one should look forward to his mercy. 33, one should partake of various ceremonies with devotees. Ceremonies like Lord Krishna's birthday or Ramachandra's birthday. Text 127, translation. 34th, One should surrender to Krishna in all respects. 35th, one should observe particular vows like Caritamrta. Those are some of the 64 important items of devotional service. Text 128. One should associate with devotees, chant the holy name of the Lord, hear Srimad Bhagavatam, reside at Mathura, and worship the deity with faith and veneration. Text 129, translation. Those 5 limbs of devotional service are the best of all. Even in slight performance of those 5 awakens love for Krishna. Purport. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur points out that there are 35 items up to the point of observing special vows in the month of Kartika. To those 35 items, another 4 are added, namely marking tilaka on different parts of the body, writing the names of the lords all over the body, accepting the deity garlands, and accepting Caritamrta. Those 4 items are understood to be included by Kaviraj Gosvāmī within Archana, worship of the deity. Although those items are not mentioned here, they are to be added to the previous 35 items. Thus, the total number becomes 39. To those 39 should be added 5 others: association with devotees, chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, reading Srimad Bhagavatam regularly, residing in Madhya, the birthplace of Krishna, and worshipping the deity with great respect and veneration. The 39 items plus those 5 come to a total of 44. If you add the previous 20 items to those 44, the total number becomes 64. The 5 items mentioned above repeat previously mentioned items. In the Bhakti-rasamrita Sindhu, Srila Rupa Gosvāmī states, Anganam panchakasya purvavilikhitasya cha nikhila shasya badhaya punarapi atra samsanam. The glorification of those 5 items, association with devotees, chanting the holy name, and so on, is to make known the complete superiority of those 5 practices of devotional service. The 64 items of devotional service include all the activities of the body, mind, and senses. Thus, the 64 items engage one in devotional service in all respects. Text 130, translation. With love and full faith, one should worship the lotus feet of the deity. Purport. This verse and the following 2 verses are found in the Bhakti-rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.90 through 92. Text 131, translation. One should taste the meaning of Srimad Bhagavatam in the association of pure devotees, and one should associate with the devotees who are more advanced with oneself and who are endowed with similar type of affection for the Lord. Purport. The words Sajatya Sayet Snighe Sadhu Sanham Svatovare are very important. One should not associate with professional Bhagavatam reciters. A professional Bhagavatam reciter is one who is not in the disciplic succession, or one who has no taste for bhakti yoga, simply on the strength of grammatical knowledge and word jugglery. Professional reciters maintain their bodies and their desires for sense gratification by reading Srimad Bhagavatam. One should also avoid those who are averse to Lord Krishna and his devotees, those who are Mayavadis, those who offend the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra, those who simply dress as Vaishnavas or so-called Gosvāmīs, and those who make a business by selling Vedic mantras and reciting Srimad Bhagavatam to maintain their families. One should not try to understand Srimad Bhagavatam from such materialistic people. According to the Vedic injunctions, Yasya Dive Para Bhakti, the Srimad Bhagavatam can be recited only by one who has unflinching faith in the lotus feet of Krishna and his devotees, the spiritual master. One should try to understand Srimad Bhagavatam from the spiritual master. The Vedic injunction states Bhaktya Bhagavatam Grahyam Na Bodhya Na Chati Kaya. One has to understand Srimad Bhagavatam through the process of devotional service and by hearing the recitation of a pure devotee. Those are the injunctions of the Vedic literature, Shruti and Smriti. Those who are not in cyclic succession and who are not pure devotees cannot understand the real mysterious objective of Srimad Bhagavatam and Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Text 132, translation. One should congregationally chant the holy name of the Lord and reside in Vrindavana. Purport. Srila Narottama Das Thakur has sung. Shigaudiya Mandala Bhumi Yaba Jane Chintamani Tara Haya Vrajan Bhumi Vasa. One who understands the transcendental nature of Navadvipa and its surrounding area, where Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu enacted his pastimes, resides always in Vrindavana. Similarly, living in Jagannath Puri is as good as living in Vrindavana. The conclusion is that Navadvipa Dhamma, Jagannath Puri Dhamma, and Vrindavana Dhamma are identical. However, if one goes to Mathura, Mandala Bhumi, for sense gratification or to make a livelihood, he commits an offense and is condemned. Whoever does so much be penalized in the next life by becoming a hog or a monkey in Vrindavana Dhamma. After taking one such body, the offender is liberated in the next life. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur remarks that residing in Vrindavana with a view to enjoy sense gratification surely leads to so-called devotee to a lower species. Text 133, translation. The power of those 5 principles is very wonderful and difficult to understand. Even without faith in them, a person who is offenseless can awaken his dormant love of Krishna simply by being a little connected with them. Purport. This verse is also found in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.238. Text 134, translation. When one is firmly fixed in devotional service, whether he executes one or many processes of devotional service, the waves of love of Godhead will awaken. Purport. The 9 processes of devotional service are Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam, Padas Sevanam, Archinam, Vandanam, Dasyam, Sakhyam, Atma, Nivedamam. See text 121 of this chapter. Text 135, translation. There are many devotees who execute only one of the 9 processes of devotional service. Nonetheless, they get unlimited success, ultimate success. Devotees like Maharaja Ambarisha execute all 9 items, and they also get ultimate success. Text 136 translation. Maharaja Parikshit attained the highest perfection, shelter at Lord Krishna's lotus feet, simply by hearing about Lord Vishnu. Shukadeva Gosvāmī attained perfection simply by reciting Srimad Bhagavatam. Prahlada Maharaj attained perfection by remembering the Lord. The goddess of fortune attained perfection by massaging the transcendental legs of Mahavishnu. Maharaja Prithvi attained perfection by worshipping the deity, and Akrura attained perfection by offering prayers unto the Lord. Vajrayanjali Hanuman attained perfection by rendering service to Lord Ramachandra, and Arjuna attained perfection simply by being Krishna's friends. Bali Maharaja attained perfection by dedicating everything to the lotus feet of Krishna. Purports. This verse appears in Padjavali 53 and the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.265. Texts 137 through 139 translation. Maharaja Ambarisha always engaged his mind at the lotus feet of Krishna. His words in describing the spiritual world and the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his hands in cleansing and washing the Lord's temple, his ears in hearing topics about the Supreme Lord, his eyes in seeing the deity of Lord Krishna in the temple, his body in embracing Vaishnavas or touching their lotus feet, his nostrils in smelling the aroma of the tulasi leaves offered to Krishna's lotus feet, his tongue in tasting food offered to Krishna, his legs in going to place of pilgrimage like Vrindavan and Mathura, or to the Lord's temple, his head in touching the lotus feet of the Lord's and offering him obeisances, and his desires in serving the Lord's faithfully. In this way, Maharaja Ambarisha engaged his senses in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. As a result, he awakened his dormant loving prosperity and propensity for the Lord's service. Purports. This is quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 9.4.18 through 20. Stop. Continue. It's 1/4 is big. Huh? It's very big. No, like 2 minutes. It's okay. Text 148 translation. If a person gives up all material desires and completely engages in the transcendental loving service of Krishna as enjoyed in the revealed scriptures, he is never indebted to the demigods, sages, or forefathers. Purports. After birth, every man is indebted in so many ways. He is indebted to the demigods for their supplying necessities like air, light, and water. When one takes advantage of the Vedic literatures, one becomes indebted to great sages like Vyasadeva, Narada, Devala, and Kasida. When one takes birth in a particular family, he becomes indebted to his forefathers. We are even indebted to common living entities like cows from whom we take milk. Because we accept service from so many animals, we become indebted. However, if one is completely engaged in the Lord devotional service, he is absolutely of all debts. This is confirmed in the following verse. Quoted from Srimad Bhagavatam 11.5.41. Shri Chaitanya Charitamrta ki jai.